because we started a couple minutes late and we still want to get to the Capitol on time. We want a first place and try to put together all the more stuff.
They're really just
Where are you going?
I interrupted a broadcast.
Camilla, leave out, you dropped your phone.
Maybe Mar-a-Lago.
That is it.
I'll be on TV.
Hey, Betsy. He put his hand in the sleeves on and he's choking and he's high on
Yo, I almost died. Nyla, where you get that from? Wait, where you get everything from? You got a sticker, a pad, a light thing.
Oh, nobody will
Oh, Mr. Buchanan.
You see all them shirts?
Buchanan.
Yeah. It's a small.
It might be a large. She probably got a small.
Look at Drew.
God passing. They take it along.
I cannot with you.
I talked to the park police. You know what the park police said to me? They said we would prefer.
Try to pull down at 11 and be the very good. They they're all gone, so I can feed you those other inventions. I can call you back at 5 if you've got to settle up with Washington.
Almost done.
Oh, the card on the left is mine. The sack here, I think, is one of these other crews.
I need you to go collect whatever's yours and keep it with you.
Okay.
And if I can't find the other people, everything's going to be shut down. Palm spots, nothing can possibly load out. So if you know who it belongs to,
The guy that's near the park bench, may be able to tell you. Thank you. Okay. I'll give it 10 more seconds. I'm getting directed. And I'll come down in 10. Hut. Okay. Okay.
and unity. Students all around the nation have impacted history for decade upon decades. The first recorded student protest was in the mid-1600s, done by undergraduate students at Harvard. All of a sudden, it's the 60s, and in Iowa, students are wearing armbands to protest the war. All the way to Greensboro, North Carolina, where 4 students sat in at a whites-only lunch counter to protest segregation. To the March of 2018, where hundreds of thousands of people came out to tell the nation, never again. I connect this to student voice and student activism because we have seen a sad continuum over the past few years. Columbine, Virginia Tech, Las Vegas, Sandy Hook, San Bernardino, Orlando. The reason why this matters is because at a time where everyone was sad, exhausted, and hopeless, there were the students. The students who weren't afraid to confront an issue and turn their tragedy into change. Students like Emma Gonzalez, Sarah Chadwick, David Hogg, and Cameron Caskey, who are fighting for their dead classmates who cannot fight for themselves. This will not be the shooting where action is denied. This will not be the shooting where the students fear the places they are supposed to be the safest, and this will not be the shooting where students feel powerless. However, while we listen and we remain in awe of these students and we honor these victims, we must not forget those who do not receive as much attention for their struggles. This does not reach international media, and maybe this isn't talked about as much. But I'm here to say that gun violence disproportionately impacts Black and brown communities. So while we honor victims of school shootings, we need to honor all the lives cut short by the barrel of a gun. Everyday gun violence in Atlanta, Chicago, St. Louis, Baltimore, and Memphis deserves just as much attention as Parkland. I am here because the homicide victimization rate for Hispanic victims is nearly twice as high as the murder rate for white victims. I am here because when Black activists have taken to the streets to protest police shootings, members of law enforcement have responded in full riot gear and arrests. I am here because Black men are 13 times more likely than white men to be shot and killed with guns, and I march because gun violence is the second leading cause of death for Latinos. 15 to 24. So let's keep this intersectional. We must use the connectedness of our causes to unite us and to overcome the epidemic that impacts everyone from all backgrounds and walks of life. Many people, including the current president of the United States, are quick to call this nation a divided one. They're quick to thrive off the anger and desperation of the people, and they are scaring us. However, the foundation of this country began when the people united as one to rise against tyranny. It is not red versus blue. It's not gun control versus mental health awareness. It's not Black versus white. But it is about stopping the killing and putting an end to the lives being taken much, much too soon. We need to come together in order to end the tragedy and address this public health crisis in order to focus on the issue that is plaguing our nation. I am here for Trayvon Martin, Angel Luis Candelario, Juan Chavez Ramirez, Fernando Castell, Hadia Pendleton, Magdiel Sanchez, and Samuel DuBose. I mourn for Columbine, and I am devastated by Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, but we cannot claim to be on the road to justice and tell the marginalized that they need to wait their turn. We point cameras to students whose schools' windows have shattered, but we muffle the voices who cry, Black Lives Matter. We will only get somewhere with our cause and our efforts when we are able to recognize each other's struggles just as valid as our own. We, the people, are angry. Nosotros, la gente, somos enojados. We, the people, are tired. Nosotros, la gente, somos cansados. But we, the people, will vote. Nosotros, la gente, votaremos. We, the people, will organize. Nosotros, la gente, organizaremos. And we, people will fight. Nosotros la gente lucharemos. And we the people will stand united. Nosotros la gente nos mantendremos unidos. Because the people united will never be defeated. Porque el pueblo unido jamás será vencido. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sophie Ryer, and I'm at Bishop Ireton High School, and this is a letter I wrote to Senator Marco Rubio. Dear Senator Rubio, I'm writing to you on the issue of stricter gun control. This country's lack of a universal background check is inexcusable. It has allowed countless harmful people to access weapons of mass destruction legally and cause tragedies that have become far too common in the United States of America. You say that you support the agenda and the ideas of people that buy into you, but to what extent? The average amount of money the NRA donates to politicians comes out to $1.05 per student. Are we really worth that little to you? Gun violence affects our schools daily. It affects marginalized and the Black and brown communities daily. And you have done nothing. Marco Rubio and every beneficiary of the NRA, this blood is on your hands. And don't forget that Black Lives Matter.
Good morning. My name is Rosie Silvers. I'm a senior at Richard Montgomery High School in Rockville, Maryland. And this winter, I was almost another statistic of gun violence. I was almost held at gunpoint, but the person yielding the gun would not have been someone pegged as insane for committing a massacre. The person wielding the gun would have been me. Today, I would like to discuss the missing dialogue of this movement, the real tragedy of mental health and gun violence, that almost 2/3 of people killed by a gun are pointing it at themselves. Today, I would also like to share my identity, discuss being a student in the LGBT community and the post-pulse LGBT community. As all American students do today, I fear random gun violence perpetrated by those standing in that building behind us. But more than that, I fear deliberate acts of hate by gun directed at me because of my identity, and I fear for my own safety when I imagine the thought of holding a gun in my more vulnerable moments. Gun violence, suicide, and the LGBT community are forever intertwined. Queer youth are 5 times more likely to attempt suicide than their cisgender heterosexual counterparts. 40% of transgender adults report having attempted suicide, and hundreds of transgender Americans, particularly transgender women of color, are murdered in cold blood every year, silently. These statistics force our community to choose between living our truths and living. Forcing us to make that choice kills us. Mental health and social isolation are not the perpetrator of gun violence. Those suffering from mental illness and exclusion from society are the victims of gun violence. Every single country around the world suffers from mental illness. Only we suffer from this epidemic of gun violence. When we associate mental illness with mass shooters, we villainize victims. Because stigma, fear, prejudice, hopelessness, ignorance, and guns are the perpetrators of gun violence. I am alive today because I did not have my hands on a gun in a time in my life in which I was faced with ignorance and prejudice, in which I suffered from hopelessness and fear. But this is a nation where guns outnumber people, and thousands of Americans are not so lucky. 9 out of 10 people who survive a suicide attempt do not go on to die from suicide. Limiting weapons of suicide limits suicide, and attempted suicides are lives worth saving. But the most deadly suicides are the most impulsive ones, where a split-second decision ends a life because you can walk into Walmart and buy a gun in 20 minutes because there is no buyer's remorse once the bullet goes through. Hopelessness, combined with impulses, combined with failure of our nation's leaders to enact common sense gun reform, kills dozens every day. Access to guns allows impulse to be deadly. It is our mission to ensure that survival is not just lucky, it is our mission to ensure that survival is likely. Thank you.
My name is Jay Falk. I am a senior at T.C. Williams High School. I am 18, and I am registered to vote. I was born in 1999, just a few months after Columbine. Most of you here are either registered to vote already, eligible, or will be eligible in the next couple years. So I want all of you to take out your phones right now, and we are going to text a link to get you registered to vote. Take out your phones. I want you to text this number. Get ready. I want you to start typing it in. The number is 64433. And the word you are going to text to it is register. Take out your phones. If you are in Virginia and will be 18 before November 6th, you are eligible to vote. If you are in Maryland, a Maryland resident, and you are 16 or older, you are eligible to register to vote now. So do it now. I'm going to give you a second. The number is 64433, and you're going to text the word register. If you are registered to vote right now, raise your hand. If you are going to register as soon as you are eligible, raise your hand. Now I want to do one more thing with you, because this is not a moment, it is a movement. And if you can't just show up today, you have to keep showing up. So I want you also to keep your phones out and type in this link to sign up to organize with us at Students Demand Action. The link is bit.ly/joinsdadmv. We will be showing up at canvases, at phone banks. We will be getting people into office who support common sense gun reform. But you have to be with us. The link is bit.ly/joinsdadmv. One more time. bit.ly/joinsdadmv. See you at the polls.
Hi, my name is Amit Adone, and I graduated from Stoneman Douglas last June, and have called Parkland home for most of my life. Valentine's Day was meant to be a day to express our love to those around us, a day of happiness, joy, and celebration. Now, February 14th has become for us a day of loss, a day of mourning, sorrow, and tragedy, because on that day, 17 members of our community were horrifically taken from us in this senseless, indescribable act of violence. Every single one of those 17 has a story and had passions, aspirations, and full lives ahead of them. Carmen Trentrup, a 16-year-old senior and my friend Robert's sister, had been accepted into University of Florida Honors College and was a National Merit Scholar final, which she never got the chance to find out. She loved music and reading and was intelligent beyond her years, hoping to enter the medical field to find a cure for ALS. Joaquin Oliver, a senior, was very close with many of my friends and was always smiling or laughing whenever I saw him, and he and his family had just gained American citizenship a few weeks prior. He loved D-Wade and the Miami Heat, his home country of Venezuela and its soccer team, writing poetry and Frank Ocean's Blonde. Nick Dworet, senior, was a teammate of my friends on the swimming team and had just accepted an athletic scholarship to swim at the University of Indianapolis. He was hardworking, kind, and a talented swimmer. Meadow Pollock, senior, was my friend's cousin and was excited to attend nearby Lynn University in the fall. She cared deeply about her loving family and friends. Scott Beagle, a 35-year-old geography teacher, was killed rescuing kids into his classroom. He loved his fiancée, teaching and working with students, and coaching our cross-country team. Jamie Gunberg, a freshman, loved dancing and wanted to be a therapist when she grew up so that she could help others. Aaron Feiss, a beloved 37-year-old football coach, always gave a soft wave and a smile to me and every student who drove in and out of the school. He was shot and killed shielding students from the gunfire, leaving behind a wife and young daughter. And those are only some of the victims. Mothers and fathers have lost their children, and sons and daughters their siblings. Students and athletes have lost their teachers, coaches, best friends, classmates, and role models, and our community has lost too many angels. All of us in the Stillman, Douglas, and Parkland community are forever traumatized and broken. Our country has failed us. My generation has grown up in an era where mass shootings have become all the more common, and meaningful change all the more rare. Today marks 19 years since Columbine. How much has really been done since? Every time such a massacre occurs, the NRA increasingly bribes legislators to ensure that they do nothing more than send out statements reading thoughts and prayers to the people of insert next city. My own senator, Marco Rubio, has taken $3.3 million from the NRA, a price of $1.05 per Florida public school student. Is that all our lives are worth to you? Mr. Rubio, it is pathetic and appalling. It's pathetic and appalling that both Rick Scott and Rubio and the entire GOP have been in office for two of the worst mass shootings in this country's history in Orlando and Parkland and have struggled to reach even the bare minimum of action. But now we say enough is enough. The NRA has dictated our nation's policy for far too long. There is no legitimate reason for AR-15s and similar assault-style weapons to be legal. They have no civilian purpose. Assault rifles are not for self-defense. They are for killing. They are not for hunting or sport. They are for killing. AR-15s are for killing and killing only. I'll say that again. It's only for killing. Even in the Supreme Court's D.C. v. Heller ruling, it states that the Second Amendment is meant to protect weapons in common use, and that it is reasonable to place limitations on dangerous and unusual weapons. The NRA estimates that there are about 8 million assault rifles currently in circulation, yet there are also roughly 245 million adults in this country. This is not a common gun. Less than 10% of people in America own it. That is not common, and it is certainly beyond dangerous. The only thing assault rifles are truly common for is mass murder and slaughter. These are weapons of war and have no place in our society. It simply should not be this easy for anybody to get their hands on weapons that cause so much harm and destruction. It is time that we bring an end to the gun violence and mass shootings that have destroyed community after community and family after family for far too long. From Liberty City to Parkland to Orlando to Newtown to Las Vegas to Chicago to Columbine to Los Angeles to Baltimore to communities all over the country who have not been afforded the same voice as us. To Black and Hispanic Americans who are especially victimized by violence and police brutality, we stand with you. We have all had enough, and we will not stop until true change has been brought. We will not stop until America begins to value us children and minorities more than it does the Second Amendment, because our right to live outweighs your unchecked right to bear assault weapons. So So for Carmen, for Joaquin, for Jamie, Gina, Nick, Peter, Meadow, Feist, Scott, Luke, Elena, Kara, Alyssa, Hickson, Helena, Martin, and Alex, we are MSD Strong, and we will continue to say, never again.
Hello, my name is William Watson, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to come together and work towards creating a safer tomorrow. I'm a junior in high school from Seattle, Washington, and currently attend the School for Ethics and Global Leadership. Never have I imagined that I would be speaking here in front of such a beautiful crowd of resilient and strong individuals. To begin, I would like to share a poem I wrote that I believe helps people understand who I am. One of my truths that may also be shared with others here. The poem is titled, Sometimes I Cry. Sometimes I cry. The reasons stay in my head as my tongue cannot speak to why. Conflicted, confined, and defined by the tears that come from thine eyes. No longer can I breathe, lungs collapse, I find myself on my knees. Physically appear to be fine, but I feel as if my soul has begun to bleed. They ask, how are you? I say, I'm good, I'm fine, I'm A-okay, but as they walk away, I realize I've told the same lie for about the millionth time. In search for answers, I went to Google, and in about 1.3 of a second, I found 4,343,814 different things. So then I turned to God and was told to search again. I took a trip and wandered inside of my head one late night while lying in bed. Wading through the thick emptiness, I found myself, every feature the same. He, I, we, was on his knees, head in his hands, face full of tears. He stood up and I looked into his eyes, the gates of the souls, and this is what I found. What was his was eyes, and they were both intertwined. And to stop from being lost and confused, I asked him, why do I cry? I have the answer, said he. It's okay to not be okay. Just be thankful and think of what you can do this day. And remember that sometimes you, I, we. I said you, I, we just cry. September 7th, 2012, Herman Tucker, my cousin, lost his life. A victim of gun violence. Losing a loved one is never easy, especially when someone else takes them away from you. My experience is only a small piece of the collective tragedies facing our nation and the world. As the leaders of tomorrow, it's important we practice understanding our differences, which will then show how similar we truly are. Diversity simply doesn't mean much if you do not get to know your neighbor. As a black male in America, I live with this internalized fear that I may be next. An unsettling reality that is true for many people of color. Seattle's been my home since birth, and I've seen how gun violence has impacted myself and those around me. Innocent souls have been taken and their stories often leave with them, never having the opportunity to be told. One thing we cannot do is let gun violence continue to be normalized in black and brown communities. Conversations with my friends often end with each other saying, stay safe, because we all share the experiences of a friend or a family member who has had their life taken away from us. We need gun reform to ensure the protection of all of our communities so the fear of armed criminals do not haunt our lives. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention reported there were 36,252 gun-related deaths in 2015. A number that is 36,252 too many. It is obvious we have a problem in our hands. As we search for powerful, long-lasting solutions, I encourage that we move forward. We listen to voices that are often not represented or silenced. and learn to speak with them and not for them. You, yes you are the future. And you are the future. We are all the future, and we need to remember that. Thank you for allowing me to share my experience and story. Together we will shape the future that's fit for all.
My name is Zachary Schoenfeld, and I'm a senior at South Lakes High School in Reston, Virginia. I'm so inspired and proud to be with you here today, for we are holding them, our representatives, accountable. We won't just move on after offering our thoughts and prayers, for we are change. Today, in addition to walking out, I am delivering a letter to my representative in Congress, Jerry Connolly of the 11th District in Virginia. I'd like to share with you my letter and my story about my daily fear of going to school. Dear Representative Connolly, my name is Zachary Schoenfeld, and I'm a senior at South Lakes High School in Reston, Virginia. Today, I am walking out alongside students from across the country. I am writing to urge you and your colleagues in Congress to pass common sense legislation to combat gun violence. I hope our message is heard loud and clear. The status quo of senseless gun violence in this country is unacceptable. Recently, I was asked if I had become more fearful for going to school since February 14th. My answer is yes, for I recently experienced this fear firsthand. A few weeks ago, when I was in my IB World Topics class, my school went into lockdown. This time, however, it was not an active shooter drill that I was so accustomed to. It was the real thing. My friends and I texted in panic. I told my parents I didn't know what was going to happen and not to call or ping my phone. My peers and I barricaded ourselves with desks and classroom furniture for protection as we sat in eerie silence for 45 minutes, not knowing what was going to happen. Through the diligent work of school administration and local law enforcement, a responding police officer unlocked the door 45 minutes later and told us we would be okay. We were lucky. It was a false alarm. But I walk out and write today knowing that next time we might not be so lucky. Many have told me that walking out is a disruption. But I know that the constant threat of gun violence is a far larger disruption to our learning environment every day. I, for one, cannot sit on the sidelines and watch this continue. I'd like to thank you, Representative Connolly, for you have been a champion for common sense legislation. But our work is far from over. I urge you to continue taking action by providing dedicated funding for the CDC to study gun violence. Supporting universal background checks for all firearm purchases. And banning bump stocks and high-capacity magazines. I will be 18 this year, and I am registered to vote. Enough is enough. It's time for a change. Never again. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brooke Jarbo. I'm 15 and I go to Wild Lake High School, and this is a poem that we wrote called Say Their Names.
And I'm Satya Emmerich, and I'm 14, also go to Wild Lake.
Say their names. Ricky Dixon, Jalen Willie, Bailey Holt. Say their names to remind yourself of the bright, vibrant young children they were, not school shooting statistics. More than just a number to throw in the face of your opposer. Cortland Arrington, Preston Cope, Najee Ali Baker, Kimson Green. Say their names to remind yourself of the real children who will never graduate college, never get married, never achieve what we want the future of our country to achieve. Aaron Feist, Chris Hawkson, Scott Beagle. Say their name because these people have dedicated their lives to creating a better tomorrow by bettering the youth of today, but weren't able to live out their lives due to the cold and heartless grip of gun violence. Jaheim Wilson, Lorenzo Smith, Terrell Bosley, Carlos Chase, Tavon Miles, Marquis Johnson. Say their names because the mainstream media will never cover the stories of the black men and women who are murdered due to gun violence in Chicago, Baltimore, and Kansas City on a regular basis. Their names will never be on any news headlines that reach the phones of civilians outside their city or state. They will go unrecognized by most, but just know we are fighting for you too. Janaea Swain, Leonardo Morales, Ava Fields. Say their names, be thankful you had the privilege of growing up and maturing into the beautiful young person you are today, because these kids didn't have the privilege of making it to their 10th birthdays. According to our government, that's what it is. A privilege to live and a right to own an automatic weapon. Nicholas Dorette, Meadow Pollack, Joaquin Oliver. Say their names to be thankful you have the opportunity to graduate high school, unlike these students who were just months away from what was supposed to be the beginning of their lives. Gun violence in America affects each and every one of us in one way or another.
Laura Walling. Say her name because I remember the announcement that was given to us in my class in first period, only the second week of my first year in high school. And I remember the day that we checked the news to see if it was real, if the bullet through her head was real. And I remember the cold silence broken by the inevitable footsteps of children who realized that for the rest of their high school career, they would never see their favorite teacher again. A woman who provided nothing but positive influence, inspiration, and gratitude to her students. For the thank you and goodbye letters that covered the door to her room and the blacked out hallways. To the days that my teachers couldn't bring themselves to give a lesson because the death of her had left a void in our entire school community. Say their names until they ring in your ears louder than any gunfire, so their mere presence leaves a pit deeper in your gut than the bullet holes scattered along brick walls. Say the names of family, someone's sister, someone's brother, someone's son, someone's daughter, significant other, best friend, star athlete, prom queen, classmate who sits to the right of them in Algebra 2. Say their names loud enough that the sound of solidarity spreads across the world, giving life back to the deafened ears of the very children and teachers who never had a chance to speak for themselves. Fight for everyone who lost their lives to gun violence in a matter of minutes and has seen no justice brought by our government, because instead of developing into the positive inspirations that they aspired to be, their lives were cut short by a separate, intrusive agenda to serve as a cruel warning to our children. Fight for gun reform and efficient safety protocols. Fight for what you believe in, because this affects you as a student, as a teacher, as a parent, as a person. For students and staff who aren't people of color, born with targets printed on our backs, adding police presence in the school might seem like reinforcement, something to make us feel safer. For the rest of us, it's anything but safe. When you want to place police at every corner, arm them with more power than the civilians, I don't see requests for safety. I see a glimpse into the hundreds of headlines to come, because the last thing we need is greater power imbalance between the police, between the people and the authorities. And it always seems to slip people's mind that a life lost under the alibi of legality is still a life lost.
Say their names by voting out the government officials who won't. Say their names because our most influential politicians like Marco Rubio, John McCain, and Roy Blunt are taking money from the NRA and allowing these children to die with no justice. Say their names because there have been 33 public shootings with more than 4 victims since February 14, 2018. 26 were left dead and 125 were left injured, but your average person has heard of almost none of them. Say their names because bump stocks, assault rifles, and high-capacity magazines should have been made illegal after 13 kills were shot and killed at Columbine. Say their names to remind yourself how universal background checks and thorough psychiatric evaluations would have saved. Say their names and included all in a letter to your local government and your Congress to get your message across. Say their names because kids have been killed at what is supposed to be a safe environment for over 2 decades, and our government has done little to nothing to prevent these tragedies from happening. Say their names because right now we aren't safe in our own schools, and every day I walk in just hoping I can end the day calling my best friend and my younger sister. Say their names and recognize it's us to spark a change, because when we relied on our government to make the change we needed, they chose the dollar signs that were followed by death tolls. Say their names and fight like hell, so your name doesn't have to be said.
I'd like to end with one question to the people standing in that building behind me. Can you hear us? And can you see us? Because we hear you, and your time is running up. Running out.
Hello, my name is Ian Berlin and I'm 17 years old. A few weeks ago, my school decided to test the PA system, so the loudspeakers beeped and then static came over the hallways. All at once, an entire high school feared for its life, thinking, now it's our turn to die. We were fortunate. It was luckily nothing more than a test, but it highlights a deep issue pressing our country right now. Students do not feel safe in their schools. In fact, a recent study shows that 57% of teenagers are worried about the possibility of a shooting happening at their school. This is not and cannot be normal. In order to hold this event, I was required to submit 4 different permits to 3 different police departments for an event that takes place in a 1-mile radius. One might argue that this is an infringement on our First Amendment rights, that these layers of regulation keep us from speaking, assembling, or petitioning the government. But I was happy to do it, because it is these very regulations which keep us safe today, which ensure that we as protesters are in fact able to make our voices heard without a problem. And so too must we regulate the Second Amendment. Just as the freedoms of the First Amendment are subject to rules and regulation, so too must be those protected under the Second. No amendment is absolute. Your right to a gun does not supersede my right to graduate high school. Today is the 19th anniversary of Columbine. The tragedy occurred a year and a half before I was even born. In that time, myself and our whole generation has grown up. We've learned to read, how to ride a bike. We've entered high school, learned to drive, and begun registering to vote. We've become deeply complex and beautiful human beings, almost ready to enter into our status as legal adults. And in all that time, what have we seen? Nothing. In that time that I've gone from not yet being born to standing upon this stage today, we have seen no meaningful action to protect our schools and our communities from this epidemic of gun violence. So to the politicians, I say, you've had 19 years and now you have until November. If you don't act, we will. and we will vote you out!
Hi, I'm Jasmine Nguyen, and I just wanted to start off by thanking everyone for coming here. This is a great turnout. We are the history in the making, but we are also the future, and we're going to continue to fight until we get what we want. I'm going to be reading my letter to my Senator, Tim Kaine. My name is Jasmine Nguyen. I am 15 years old, and I am a sophomore at Lake Braddock Secondary School in Burke, Virginia. I am writing to you today to thank you for your support for common sense gun control legislation, but I know that there's so much more to be done. I hope you can see that the youth are not going away and that you can continue to support our fight. As a female, as a person of color, as a part of the LGBTQ community, and as a student, I continue to live my life in fear of becoming another victim of gun violence, another statistic, another forgotten name, another headline for 3 days. I watch people like me killed every single day, whether it's a mass shooting in a school with my peers, a hate crime against those of a part of the LGBTQ community, or a drive-by in urban communities filled with silenced voices of the ethnic group. Being born just 3 years after the shooting of Columbine in 1999, lockdown drills and nightmares are imprinted in my life. And every day, I think about where I could hide in my classroom, and I fear of going to my next tournament because we're in a large crowd. People across the nation are scared to go to movie theaters, clubs, malls, places that are part of our day-to-day basis, and that is not how we're going to live. And as you may see, teenagers across the nation are calling an end to this. We are calling an end to being scared, of being silenced, and of being killed. Luckily, you have the power to push our fight to protect American safety. I urge you to push for universal background checks and a mandatory waiting period prior to all gun purchases so we can keep guns out of the hands of those who should not have them. Increase mental health support and suicide prevention so nobody can take their life so easily and become another part of the leading cause of gun violence, gun-related deaths. More rigorous police training so we can prevent another black man from being wrongfully murdered by those who are supposed to protect and maintain order. A ban on bump stocks, high-capacity magazines, silencers, and assault rifles, so no civilian can have the power to kill 17 people in 6 minutes like in Parkland, Florida. I can ask you to continue to make common sense gun reform and more preventive measures towards gun violence a priority. Thank you.
Never have I ever survived a mass shooting. Unfortunately for me and many others, we would be forced to put down a finger. Too many of us would have to. Hello, my name is Amy Liu. I am a sophomore at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. February 14th was like a shot heard around the world. Instead of reviewing for a test or turning in my homework, I endured something devastating. I remember waiting outside for the bell so we can go home until I heard gunshots. Teachers were screaming to run for our lives. I one of the few hundred lucky students who made it out. I wish I could stand here and tell you that I'm doing okay. But I'm not. I am terrified of going to school every day because I am reminded of the terror that rang through these hallways on Valentine's Day. I am scared to go to sleep because every single time I close my eyes, I see his face. I jump whenever I hear the sounds of police sirens and helicopters because all I can remember is the sound of sirens blazing as I was running away from the school. It is truly a miracle I am even here able to speak to you today. I am here for the 96 Americans that die every day because of gun violence. I am here because I hope that not one more person has to feel what I felt on that horrific day. I am here for my 17 fellow Eagles who have passed away in this tragic incident. 17 is not just a number. It represents the beautiful lives and souls who are no longer here with us. It represents Alyssa Aladaf, Scott Beagle, Martin Duque, Nicholas Dorwett, Aaron Feist, Jamie Gutenberg, Chris Hickson, Luke Hoyer, Kiara Logren, Gina Montalto, Joaquin Oliver, Eliana Petty, Meadow Pollock, Helena Ramsey, Alex Schachter, Carmen Shuntrup, and Peter Wang. I'm joined here with my friend Haley Staub to support you along this fight. We're here today because we are sick and tired of the indolent politicians who refuse to listen to the crying pleas of their fellow citizens. We are sick and tired of walking to a classroom, concert venue, mall, or even just walking home from work with the fear of staring down the barrel of a gun. I am sick and tired of the people in power who are sitting comfortably not knowing what it's like to hide in classrooms and closets, praying for the gunman not to shoot through. The U.S. doesn't have a unique gun problem. It has an unspeakable gun problem. We are here on the steps of the Capitol to demand the banning of high-capacity magazines and bump stocks. We demand the passing of universal background checks that's supported by more than 90% of Americans, and the banning of military assault-style weapons that have no place in civilian life. Mentally ill or not, no one should be able to purchase a weapon of war before they can even purchase alcohol from a liquor store. No one needs an AR-15 to stop a home invader. The only purpose of these guns are for mass destruction. To the politicians, I am begging you to put yourselves in the lives who have lost because of guns, and if you don't feel anything, then get out of office, because those of us who do vote are done with your laziness. The children of this nation are angry, and we demand more than just thoughts and prayer tweets. We want real change. We are more than just a dysfunctional group of teens who want to add this to their college applications. We have been forced to grow up and dispose of our childhood because these people in the Capitol have failed us. We the people are officially pissed with opening up our phone to a new notification that there has been another one of these senseless tragedies. Yes, the march is over, but this fight is not. In the words of Yolanda Renee King, we are going to be a great generation. Thank you.
Hi guys, thanks for having me today. My name is Carmen Lodato. I'm 24. I'm not actually a student anymore, but I attended T.C. Williams High School in Alexandria, and I'm also a Virginia Tech alumni. So I'm speaking to you today as a survivor of gun violence. My mom was murdered in February 2014 when she simply opened our front door. It's still surreal to me that I'm standing here wearing a button with my mom's face on it, but that goes to show you that this can really happen to anyone. I have 5 little points that I want to talk to you guys about. First, don't let anyone tell you that your voices don't matter. Keep walking out and speaking up. And most important thing, you need to vote in November. I'm sure everyone's beating you over the head with it, but please vote in November, because if you don't, all of the marching, all of the walkouts, you know, they don't mean anything. Second, you are honoring survivors like me, like my friend Sally, and victims and communities like Columbine, Parkland, Sandy Hook, Pulse, Virginia Tech, etc. with action. It's never too soon. It's actually too late for our loved ones, and you know, you don't want it to be too late for anyone else. So don't wait, act up. I stand with you guys as a member of the mass shooting generation. I'm not that much older than you all, but I think it's quickly becoming the never again generation, which is really encouraging. Change takes time, so don't be discouraged when things aren't happening right away at the federal level. It doesn't look like anything might happen until we can get some new people back here. But look to the states, and you can see that laws are passing, red flag laws, other, you know, gun violence prevention bills. They're making it through in the states, and hopefully then the federal government will follow the state's leads. Today we're gathered, we're talking about guns in schools, but it isn't just a guns in schools problem, it's an American problem. We aren't safe in malls, movie theaters, churches, really anywhere. 96 people die every day from guns, and 2/3 of gun deaths are suicides. So if you're struggling, if you know someone that's struggling, please tell someone about it. We need common sense gun reform now, so keep raising your voices, calling and writing to your legislators, talking to your friends and family about this issue, because this is really a matter of life and death. Thanks, guys.
Hi guys, I have a letter I wrote to Congress that I'm going to share with y'all today. My name is McKay Evans, and I'm a senior at Yorktown High School in Arlington, Virginia. I am also a newly registered voter, and I plan on exercising that right for the first time this November, and y'all should too. The thing that scares me most about the gun violence epidemic is the normalization. For people of our generation, we've come to expect a school shooting. It's just not surprising when the news pops up. We've come to expect one every few months. Lockdown drills are followed by those hypothetical conversations that I'm sure y'all have had. You discuss which corners and closets might be the safest if a shooter were to come bursting through the hallways. Then you go about your day because it's a normal topic. A while ago, there was a school shooting that killed 2 people. I remember seeing the notification show up on my phone and thinking, that could have been a lot worse. It took me a moment to realize just how awful that thought was. Every single time someone is killed in a school, it should be shocking. It shouldn't be something that we accept as part of our lives. We should be outraged every time. The other thing that scares me is the apathy of lawmakers. Throughout all of these shootings, from Orlando to Sandy Hook to Las Vegas, Congress has not passed major gun reform legislation since 1994. That's before most of us were born, and it's unacceptable. Nobody has a magic answer that can solve all of this, but inaction is not an option. Things like a ban on bump stocks and universal background checks with no loopholes should not be controversial. They should be passed now. And since I know that so many of y'all in Congress love to talk about your Christian values and talk about thoughts and prayers, I leave you with James 2:17. Faith by itself, if not accompanied by action, is dead. Thank you.
Sorry. Hello, my name is Anaya Smith, and I'm a 17-year-old senior at Wakefield High School, right across the bridge in Arlington. So today, to honor the memory of those lost so many years ago in Columbine, we gather here, not only to grieve collectively, but to acknowledge the triumph in our coming together, because though this gathering is solemn, it shows the strength of our generation, the one that adults call lazy, overreactive, and too radical to listen to. But look at this. Look at the assortment of people all gathered here today for the purpose of our lives. So, those stood in front of Congress, this message is not just for them. This message is for the woman in the grocery store, for your extremist math teacher, for every adult who thinks our voices don't matter, who tried to stitch our wound with Band-Aid solutions, who offer thoughts and prayers as reparations for our loss, for everyone who thinks they can put a price tag on my existence, on our existence, who think the lives of youth are a commodity that can be used as currency to fund their next campaign, who think us just another bump in the road they can steamroll over, who call our tears unwarranted, who treat our loss like collateral damage in a war against us, who call us, infringing upon their Second Amendment right, un-American, when in reality, them witnessing Americans being slaughtered is truly un-American. This is for everyone who is turning their cheek on this movement. Think of your daughters, of your sons, of your sisters and brothers and closest friends the same way that I do. Because though I did not attend Stoneman Douglas, or Columbine, or Sandy Hook, I think about my best friends Dana, and Javi, and Trinity, and Grace, and Ethan, and Austin, and Garrett, and Retta, and Amanda, and Gwen, and Iz, and Bradley, and Dennis, and Danny, and Galen, and my sister Ariana, and I, and how we all could have been that 17 in Parkland. I think about the fact that my little brother is the age of the Sandy Hook victims, and that my big brother was alive for Columbine. I think of that. Think of their lives and how you are holding them in your hands bloodied by our loss, stained by our turmoil. Think of them staring down the barrel of a gun. Think of them caught in the crossfire. Think of them mourning their dead, then tell me that this is unjustified. And if you still can truly believe that we are marching for no reason, and that we are overly sensitive to an issue we don't understand, know that this isn't you looking me in the face and saying that I do not matter to you. That this is you looking them in the face and saying that they do not matter to you. You looking America in its face and saying it doesn't matter to you. It is time you stop focusing on counting cents and start focusing on common sense, because no child should be subject to witnessing the murder of another child at the hands of another child. Schools are for learning about wars, not for weapons that cause them. You call us youth. You call us youth too uneducated to know anything about this issue, but we are smart enough to see the truth, to see straight through all of your bullshit. And if you are smart, you would see that we are here and we are not going away until change is made. And to us radicals, to us change makers, to us willing to fight this fight, though it is a hard one, it is worth it. And I'm ready to make this journey down the long, tumultuous road that leads to justice with all of you, because this is not a black problem, or a poor problem, or a woman problem. It's an American problem. And as we all stand here today, or sit here today, probably cold and tired from that long walk, yet energized with change, I ask you all to do one thing. Sing along with me as I sing this song, because no one will ever be a stronger source of support in this fight to create change than the people standing around you. So I just want to close with a song. All of you guys probably know it, so just sing along, because it would make me feel great, and it would make you all feel closer together. Okay. Sometimes in our lives, we all have pain, we all have sorrow, but if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me when you're not strong. I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on me when you're not strong. And I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, and for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Thank you.
Smith, and I go to Washington Lee High School.
And my name is Ayla Ophir, and I also go to Washington Lee High School.
and we wrote a slam poem together about gun violence. So here goes. 18 times in 2018 alone, a gun has gone off on a school campus. Wait, make that 19 Michigan last weekend. I'm scared. I'm scared for this generation. I'm scared that my freshman friends won't make it Valentine's Day to every state in America but Florida. Because now there's blood all over the floor. There's bullet holes in the wall of a Southern Florida high school. Was the shooter scared? Was he thinking? Did we listen or did we shut him out? Could we have prevented this? Is it too late for gun control now, Congress? Are you too rich to listen to the mothers and fathers who have lost their pride and joy? Who kissed their children goodbye in the morning, not realizing that they would never come home? Here it comes. Our thoughts and prayers go out to Florida. Hashtag Stoneman High School, hashtag Douglas Strong. Lower the flags to half staff. I'm tired of seeing this, tired of praying, ready to actually enforce these gun laws. Enough is enough. Wasn't Columbine enough? 26 at Sandy Hook, 58 in Las Vegas, 32 at Virginia Tech. Kids in all grades fear going to school, and mom and dads go to work scared that today could be their school, their son or daughter. Change is coming. I can see it. We just need help. Congress, give us something.
This is all our generation has known since Columbine 1999.
Blood is being spilled on the floor of American classrooms. We're tired of apologies.
It's better safe than sorry. Well, America seems like all you have been lately is sorry. It's time to step up. It's time to step up and change because politicians and lawmakers don't want to step down and change. For as long as I can remember, America has been living in a dark tunnel. And I know it seems like there is no light at the end of the tunnel, but I promise you there is a light at the end of the tunnel. If the adults in our lives, if the president, if Congress is too worried about their money-filled pocket on the right and not the blood-filled pocket on the left, we will make our own lights. We have been buried for too long trying to gasp for air, but time after time, bullet after bullet, we have been knocked down to our feet, not given a say. We have been buried for too long, and it's our time to breathe. It's time for change. It's time to let these corrupt leaders know we are not here to play. Don't let anyone belittle you. Don't let anyone put a price over your life. Strive to be the best, better than those who are in charge today. It's 2018, and I'm not surprised at this country's state, but I have hope for my generation and each one after because we are standing for what we believe in. We don't value money over a human's life, and we are constantly changing the future. If high school has taught me one thing, it's if you want something done, do it yourself. And I'm proud to say we are doing it ourselves. And we are here to stay and fight. We are the change. We are the light. We are the end of a very dark tunnel. Thank you.
Hello. Dear Congress. Oh, hold on. Dear Congress, my name is Retta Lauman and I'm a senior at Wakefield High School in Arlington, Virginia, and I am appalled by the lack of action being taken in regards to gun control in our country. On average, every day, 96 Americans are killed by guns. 7 of those people killed by guns every single day are children and teenagers. Those numbers are unacceptable, and the safety of our children is not a partisan issue. It is simply a matter of public safety. Regardless of political party and NRA money, our leaders need to step up and create policy that addresses the problem head on. Stronger universal background checks on all firearms, following through on the ban of bump stocks, and banning assault weapons such as those used in countless mass shootings, weapons of war that no civilian should ever have been able to purchase. Every day without change is 96 more lives lost to gun violence. Every day is another day that my school could be next, that the people I love could be shot down in the place that is supposed to be a safe haven. Every day is the day that I could be the one texting my final words to my parents and to my little brother hiding in another classroom far too close to my bloodied one.
We shouldn't be scared to come to school every day. I shouldn't jump every time I hear a locker bang down the hallway or fear for my life every time the fire alarm rings. But the reality is, we are scared for our lives. Since the massacre at Columbine High School on April 20th, 1999, more than 180,000 students have lived out my and many students' everyday nightmares and have been exposed to gun violence at school. Millions of Americans are speaking out and urging lawmakers to take meaningful action, but they don't seem to be listening to the people who voted them into office. I turn 18 in 2 weeks, and I will be voting in the next election, and in every single election for the rest of my life. My generation helps decide who will be running the country, and my generation, a generation who has grown up watching students slaughtered at school, will be voting for the safety of the people. Thank you.
Dear Senator Rubio, my name is Hannah Jones, and I'm a junior at Wakefield High School in Arlington, Virginia. I have been raised in a time where, as you know, mass shootings and gun violence are commonplace. We have been hearing about these horrific occurrences our whole entire lives, for so long that we are no longer surprised to hear about them in the news. However, what is not surprising is the reaction of students across the country in response to this issue. They realize that this is not normal, this is not okay, and those in power need to do something about it. In every state, particularly in your very own, students are finding their voices to speak out against the inaction and the resignation that plagues our government in this time of need. I firmly believe that listening to constituents comes first and foremost above all responsibilities of elected officials. If 90% of Americans, including 80% of gun owners and 70% of NRA members, support universal background checks, why is this not reflected in our laws? I think you know why. I urge you to look into the description of your job as a senator and an elected official and find where it says the monetary contributions to your campaign by corporations such as the NRA should prevail over the needs of the people you represent. If you can locate this information, I would be eternally grateful. If not, however, I strongly urge you to reconsider your position as it may not be best suited to you. Given the overwhelming support on a national, bipartisan level for universal background checks, I request that you change your current position on them to reflect the needs of your constituents and act accordingly when the time comes to vote. Best wishes, Hannah Jones.
Hello everyone, my name is Ruby Brayton. I am 17 years old and I am here today representing James Hebert Blake High School. I am honored to be here on this, the 19th anniversary of the Columbine High School shooting, to speak about such a salient issue in our current political and social climate. It is my hope that my words today and the words of my peers and colleagues will resonate with those present to illuminate just how pertinent our voices and opinions are to future action and change. While remarks have been made about the sincerity and veracity of our cause, our actions across the nation have made our resolve readily apparent. Throughout history, youth all over the world have helped to organize meaningful change by the powers of rational discourse, the solidarity of the like-minded, and an optimism and hope, which is a consistent hallmark of generations on the verge of adulthood. It is with great pride and determination that we continue to improve. Constant improvement requires introspection and change, things that our great nation must always be conscious of. Affording the youth of America a safe future should not be a divisive issue amongst our citizens. It can be easy to misinterpret intentions, misdirect conversations, or conflate ideas. All of that is forgivable, understandable, and expected when entering into a discussion. It is how we learn more about ourselves, the world, and each other. What is unforgivable, however, is continuing to stand by as more innocents lose their lives in shootings every day. I am proud of the state of Maryland, my home, for instituting changes on gun regulations. Soon bump stocks will be banned, as well as all rapid-fire trigger accessories, which allow semi-automatic firearms to fire in an automatic fashion. The Extreme Risk Protection Act order is in the process of being reviewed and approved. These are steps in the right direction, but there is more that we can do on individual and societal levels. As the late, great C.S. Lewis so eloquently said, hardships often prepare ordinary people for an extraordinary destiny. It is my belief that while the times we live in are anything but ordinary, that we are being called to action. 5 years after the Columbine High School shooting, the federal assault weapons ban, officially known as the Public Safety and Recreational Firearms Use Protection Act, was allowed to expire. Political inaction like this has brought us to our current place. For the sake of Columbine High School, we will endure hardship to make this right. For the sake of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, we will endure hardship to make this right. For the sake of the countless lives lost every day to senseless gun violence, we will endure hardship to make this right. While there is nothing we can do for the lives that have been lost, to do nothing for those that can be saved is criminal and heinous. Thank you for your time and support. Both are invaluable to our cause.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm the last speaker of this walkout, and I'm a sophomore at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. My school, which was once known as one of the best high schools in the state, as a school with a nationally ranked baseball team and countless other achievements, is now stained with the fact that these same hallways I walk down every weekday were the home to the third largest mass shooting in U.S. history. Third largest school shooting, sorry. When I moved to Parkland 3 years ago, my family chose Parkland because we were promised one of the best and safest schools in the area. My small town, which I never thought I would see become infamous and associated with this tragedy, was shaken to the core on February 14th. My classmates and I have been through extensive trauma to the point where my friends have dropped out in exchange for online school, and others struggle to work up the strength to go to school every day. Now my school has been turned into a prison. Everywhere I look, to the right, an armed officer. To the left, a state trooper, and in front of me, a mountain of clear backpacks so that my classmates can see the tampons in my backpack. The number 17 is a funny one. I never thought of 17 as a large number. $17 to go shopping with my friends on a Saturday is not enough money. 17 years old is truly not that old, and 17 minutes to finish my homework is not sufficient. But 17 lives. 17 lives is 17 too many to be taken from my school. I refuse to allow these 17 students, teachers, and coaches to live on as a statistic. They are not just a number. They are Alyssa, Mr. Beagle, Martine, Nicholas, Coach Weiss, Jamie, Coach Hickson, Luke, Kara, Gina, Joaquin, Elena, Meadow, Helena, Alex, Carmen, and Peter. It has been 65 days since I could sleep a full night's sleep without being tormented by nightmares. It has been 65 days since I could hear a loud noise and not fear for my life. It has been 65 days since an armed 19-year-old brought a legally purchased assault weapon onto my campus and took 17 lives. It has been 65 days. Politicians believe that this means that the time for change is over. But since I'm right here, why don't I tell them myself? Hey, legislators, 65 days late is better than never. Legislators, these weapons of war that you claim are protected by your Second Amendment right have no place in our schools, concerts, nightclubs, or movie theaters. Legislators, there have been 65 mass shootings since 2018 has begun, and we, the American people, are fighting for our lives. Legislators, I can tell you with the utmost certainty teachers, Americans, is on your hands. We, the American people, have been forced to take action. Those who disagree argue that they need their AR-15s, semi-automatic weapons, bump stocks, and high-capacity magazines for self-defense. They say the only way to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. Now, I may only be 15, but that sure as hell sounds like an excuse to sell more guns! They say guns don't kill people. People kill people. My question is, why do we have to make it easy? Why not take away these high-capacity weapons that people are consistently using for mass destruction? If you see people using the same type of weapon to kill people over and over again, you don't send out a tweet saying that your thoughts and prayers, which are really just empty promises, are with us. You take those guns away! My school resource officer didn't enter my school while the shooter was inside. Why? Because he is not legally obligated to put his life on the line. But when did I sign up to put my life on the line when I go to school? Why continue to mass produce and sell weaponry that our law enforcement can't protect us from? The assault weapons ban was abolished in 2004, but before that it was highly successful. Had these laws still been in place, the victims of Sandy Hook, Columbine, Virginia Tech, and Marty Stoneman Douglas, and so many more could be here today. Legislators, I dare you to look me in the eye after all that I've been through and tell me that these guns and the money you receive from the NRA are more important. At my school, I have become the founder and president of the Marty Stoneman Douglas chapter of the National Association of Students Against Gun Violence. We are advocating and raising our voices. This generation is known as the mass shooting generation. We are also the generation of empowered students. By a show of hands, who here is a student? Legislators, are you seeing this? Study these faces. Look at this sea of hands. These are the people we're going to show up to the polls and vote you out. We are all politically active and ready to fight. Our eyes are open to the world around us. We know that a gang drive-by shooting in Chicago or a policeman shooting an unarmed civilian are just as relevant as a school shooting in an affluent area. It has been 19 years since the Columbine shooting, and nothing has been done. After Pulse, after Columbine, after Virginia Tech, politicians did nothing. Now they will do something. All we have gotten are thoughts and prayers, but we want policy and change. Legislators, I vow to you, you change the policies or you leave your office.
Thank you so much, everyone, for coming out today. That concludes our program. I would like to challenge each and every one of you. Do not let today be the end of your activism. Keep calling your representatives, writing them letters, show up at the polls, volunteer with a candidate. And remember to join Students Demand Action. We have the link up here if you want to look at it. Thank you.
hero and only one of his big sisters in the movement. Both hailed from the National Action Network, and we are so honored to have Chris speaking here today. I give you Christopher Lane, aka Chris Lane the Future.
Good afternoon. I can't hear you. Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Lane. I'm 11 years old and I reside in Harlem, New York. I am so thrilled to be here among my peers to rally for gun reform and change of heart and humanity. You may be asking yourself why you have an 11-year-old speak here at the National Walkout. Well, I will tell you, my life depends on the words I bring forward today. My peers are getting killed by guns. Not just in the black and brown community, but my white counterparts as well. It has to stop. We are all gathered here because of the last mass shooting in Parkland and the national attention it has gotten. But we cannot forget in the community, it's about 13 more times likely for a black person to get gunned down due to gun violence. The guns are in the hands of those who are supposed to protect and treat us with respect, all of us. It makes me wonder if we have any protection under our laws in America. Thank you. The state of this country is that adults in power don't care about the well-being of our youth. Every day I experience the threat of gun violence. There are days when I walk out of my building or up the block and don't know what may happen. The people that have no regard for life should not be allowed to carry weapons of war. The Second Amendment seems complicated because people make it that way. Certain people say it's my constitutional right while holding a weapon of war, an assault rifle. Does that make any sense? Thank you. When the Second Amendment says you have the right to bear arms, it doesn't mean you have to general kill and shoot. The tensions are not between races, but between the forces of justice and injustices between forces of light and darkness. The powers that be want us to keep the mindset that we have to kill each other because if we would do anything for drugs and money. We as a nation, we as a people have to set barrier between race. We don't have to set barrier between races. We need to fight the battle of discrimination in our own communities. Then we as a people could come together and fight the challenges. The challenges is something we agree on. If we as a people could come together and fight the challenges we face in our own community, we will be the change that everyone wishes to see in the world. The hottest place in hell is reserved for those who remain neutral in times of great moral conflict. Every man, I say every man, must decide whether he walk in the light of creative altruism or in the darkness of destructive selfishness. We are here to remember the Columbine High School massacre on April 20th, 1999. The killing of 12 students, one teacher, and injuring a few more. In Newtown, Connecticut, December 14, 2012, 20 of my peers were slaughtered by a 20-year-old who ended up killing his mama. I was in first grade. My mom came to the school to pick me up in tears in her eyes and kissed my nose and hugged me tightly. I mention them because they would have been my age today, out here with us rallying for justice and clarity of our Second Amendment. So why are politicians and legislators dragging their feet about making amendments? Who are we to blame for these senseless crimes? pretend that the cry of black power is at the bottom, a reaction to reluctance of white power to make the kind of changes necessary to make justice a reality for the Negro. I think we got to see a riot is the language of the unheard. Thank you and God bless.
My name is Maya Brady Nguji, and I'm a senior at Bard High School. We, the students of New York City, believe that it's the people's right to have peace and to live in a safe environment. For far too long, young people have watched gun violence control their homes, schools, and communities. Following the footsteps of countless activists who've dedicated their lives to the safety of ours, we demand that lawmakers implement real legislative change. We demand stronger gun control in New York State. Our representatives have a moral obligation to ensure our safety with the Extreme Law Protection Act. The Extreme Law Protection Act will allow for family members and law enforcement officers to temporarily take away a gun of a person who might pose harmful to themselves or others. We demand the end of police brutality in poor communities and communities of color. Police brutality perpetuates gun violence. We will no longer tolerate the slow and minimal action of our lawmakers. We demand that the NYPD makes real substantial changes to end gun violence. We demand the restriction of purchase and use of military-grade equipment, limited use of SWAT teams, and for the NYPD to return any and all military equipment after its use is complete. Unless we see the demilitarization of the police, the gun violence the city knows far too well will prevail. Unless there is mandatory and frequent training for police officers and non-violent de-escalation tactics, gun violence will prevail. Unless we require body cameras that do not turn off on every police officer of the New York Police Department, police brutality will prevail. Until we stop inviting gun violence into our communities, we cannot possibly see to its end. As activist Jemiah Burley has said, we have placed band-aids over bullet wounds. We cannot postpone the pathway to a safer city, a safer state, and to a safer nation anymore. Every one of us must act to create a pathway, a better pathway together. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Duncan Freeman from the High School of American Studies. The fight to end gun violence must be fought as much in individual neighborhoods as it is in the State House. Independent community groups allow every person in every community to have their concerns heard and solutions to their problems found. These groups are extremely effective in curbing gun violence by providing social services to those who are at the highest risk. However, these groups often lack funding and thus ability to help their community. We demand local and state investment into community programs for violence prevention. With funding, these groups could extend their reach and would be better equipped to service their entire community. They could host first aid and gun injury classes and create trauma centers. For those who could potentially become violent, groups could offer peer and familial counseling. This would create a support system that could bring these individuals back from the brink. These local groups could also be a vital resource for those re-entering the community from incarceration. We demand the creation of strategic planning committees to assess community needs, specifically on the issue of gun violence. These committees would work with local community leaders and law enforcement to make future policy decisions that are best for each community. We demand more guidance counselors and mental health professionals in our schools. These professionals will create solid support systems to better address the full spectrum of issues that us students face, including those related to gun violence. We demand a creation of a review board to oversee a general decrease to the amount of armed police officers in schools. The presence of these officers contributes to the school-to-prison pipeline a huge amount. We demand an end to gun violence, once and for all. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
Freshman at Trinity School and a co-organizer of NYC Says Enough. It's been 2 months since Parkland, 4 years since Sandy Hook, and 19 years since Columbine. Each time a tragedy occurs, we're outraged, shocked, appalled, as we should be. We've come to expect a certain reaction after every mass shooting that takes place on a national stage, a certain kind of normal. The harrowing hours of the aftermath, marked by friends and family trying to find their loved ones, hoping that they're okay. The age-old thoughts and prayers from politicians. The news media's panel discussions about the causes and effects of gun violence, sprinkled with a mix of conservative and liberal voices. But most disconcerting of all, the legislative inaction that we know will inevitably come. And so I'll remind you again, it's been 2 months since Parkland, 4 years since Sandy Hook, and 19 years since Columbine. Now is the time for change. Along with our fellow Parkland students, NYC Says Enough demands action, and we demand it now. We demand federal legislation mandating universal background checks, which over 90% of the American public supports. We demand that guns stay out of our classrooms so that students, especially students of color, do not have to feel more unsafe in school than we already do. We demand federal legislation be passed implementing gun restraining orders so that we might be able to prevent another tragedy before it even occurs. We demand that our senators vote against the Concealed Carry Reciprocity Act so that states that should be models for the way we regulate guns are not subjected to the same potentially fatal laws in states that are not. We demand a ban on assault-style weapons so that machines designed to kill multitudes of human beings in the blink of an eye no longer have a place in our communities. And we demand that politicians stop taking millions of dollars from the NRA so that those who are meant to represent us and our interests finally do just that. We've always been told that we are the future, that one day, eventually, we will be able to affect change in the world. But for all of us gathered here today, you guys, and the thousands upon thousands of our fellow students who have walked out of their classrooms alongside us in every state across the nation, I want you to know that we are not only the future, but we are also the present. We have the power to create real change, and we have that power now. So let this be a message to every politician in the House, in the Senate, and every state legislature of the 50 states who thinks that thoughts and prayers will get the job done. We We will not rest until every parent can send their child off to school in the morning without having to wonder they'll make it back home. We will not rest until every single person can walk through their neighborhood or go to a movie or go to a club without wondering if they'll get shot. We will not rest until there won't be a normal reaction to the next mass shooting, because one day there won't be a next mass shooting.
I met Isabel Robinson through a mutual friend via text. What started as a necessary partnership has turned into a friendship, and I feel like I've known her for months. Whether it's tagging each other on Instagram, texting about school, or anything else that arises, I see a strong young woman speaking out for what she believes in. Published in the New York Times, and all the way from Parkland, Florida, I would like to welcome my friend, Isabel Robinson.
Today, 1 year and 2 months before I was even born, shots rang out in Columbine, Colorado. In 17 minutes, 13 people were senselessly murdered due to the negligence of those who were supposed to protect them. Their names were Cassie Bernal, Steve Curnow, Corey DePuter, Kelly Fleming, Matt Kechter, Daniel Mauser, Rachel Scott, Isaiah Scholes, John Tomlin, Daniel Rarbau, Lauren Townsend, Kyle Velasquez, and Coach Dave Sanders. And even though it has been almost 20 years since their passing, they are missed just as deeply by their families and their community as they were on the day they were taken too soon. Almost 20 years, 2 decades. America has had 2 decades to get its act together, but today I stand before you because another insidious case of negligence has led to the demise of the young and the vulnerable. On February 14th in Parkland, Florida, I joined the growing list of children, teens, and adults who will be forever scarred by the violence and pain they have witnessed in what was supposed to be a safe place, a school, a church, a movie theater, or even their own backyard, because there is no place in this country that is safe from gun violence. And there will be no place in this country that is safe from gun violence until we institute common sense gun reform, increased waiting periods, extensive annual background checks, and the elimination of high-velocity assault weapons in the general public. Because school safety is not enough. School safety might protect our schools, but how will it protect our parks, our malls, our gas stations? Don't we all deserve the human right to security? Before I continue with my remarks, I must acknowledge that this is a student-organized and student-run walkout. An example of the most powerful weapon young people have, peaceful dissent. Every time a young person speaks their mind or questions the status quo, we do this country a service. We are actively igniting change. We are the single most compelling force in this nation, and in just a few years, we will be able to vote. We will all be able to vote, and we will vote those who don't listen out. Read my lips, elected officials. We will never forget. We will never forget, because those empty seats in our classrooms have left a hollowness we will feel for a lifetime. We will never forget, because the last words of the deceased still ring in our ears and remind us of the bold and beautiful lives they would have lived. We will never forget, because we will never forgive that our classmates died afraid. Never again. 14th, 17 beautiful souls were taken from my community, and while it is important that we use the anger we feel at our loss to fuel the change we wish to see, it is just as important to remember the unique and incredible individuals that they were. They, above any other reason, are why we are here today. So if you would repeat their names after me. For Alyssa! She was an amazing soccer player. For Martin! He wanted to be a Navy SEAL. For Nicholas! He dreamed of swimming in the 2020 Olympics. For Jamie! She was an incredibly talented dancer. For Luke! He loved basketball and chicken nuggets. For Kara! She was a dedicated Irish dancer. For Gina! She was a beloved member of the Douglas Color Guard. For Joaquin! He was a beautiful poet. For Elena! She was a proud member of the JROTC. For Meadow! She loved the color pink. For Helena! She loved to foster stray cats. For Alex! He played in our award-winning marching band. For Carmen! She was a national merit finalist, and we miss her in AP Lit every day. For Peter! He hoped to attend West Point. For Scott! He was a hero to his students that day and every day. For Aaron! He was a loving father, husband, and coach. For Chris! He showed up to every match. Remember their names. The fight has only just begun. Thank you.
We're all still crying from that. Jerry Nadler is among the people who we in this movement appreciate the most, an elected official who actively and honestly supports our cause and values our lives. He just described himself to me as a longtime supporter of gun control. It is now my privilege to welcome him to the stage.
Thank you very much. I won't say it's a pleasure to be here, because we shouldn't have to be here. I will begin by saying thank you to the high school students who organized this. You know, as we all should know, the simple truths. Life is precious and should not be sacrificed for nothing. Life is precious. Association should go home and should be ashamed to show their faces in public. We should understand that the NRA and the people who do their bidding and the gun manufacturers for whom they work are assassins of the American people. We should understand that we cannot allow this murder to continue. And murder it is because it is not necessary. It is not inevitable. If you take a look at other countries, and I forget the exact statistics, but approximately what I'm going to say is true. How many people die from guns every year in the United Kingdom, Great Britain, and Northern Ireland? 75. France, 100. Japan, 100. Germany, 130. The United States, 33,000 every year. And and some of the apologists for the murderers tell us that, well, it's a problem of mental health. I do not believe that the American people are thousands of times as mentally ill as Germans or Japanese or British or anybody else. What a slander on all of us, on all Americans. We know what to do. That is the tragedy. We know what to do. We know why we are the outlier. And we are the outlier. Nobody else has this problem the way we do. Nobody. Australia did briefly, and they took care of it. We know what we have to do. And anybody who really cares about the slaughter of our children and the slaughter of other people, not just children, knows what to do. What should we do? We should ban assault rifles, for one thing. We don't need weapons of war in our streets. An assault rifle is made for one purpose and one purpose only: to kill as many people as rapidly and efficiently as possible. Now, we do have legitimate hunters in this country and sports people, but they don't need assault rifles. And we ought to ban high-capacity magazines, whose only purpose is to enable you to shoot as many people as possible without taking time to reload. And we ought to ban bump stocks, which make a semi-automatic into an automatic. And we ought to have universal background checks. It makes no sense at all to say that if you want to buy a gun from a licensed gun dealer, you get a background check. But if you go to a gun show, you don't need a background check. You can just walk in and buy a gun. We have some very good state legislators in Albany, and they have passed some reasonably good gun control legislation. They could do better, but they've done a fairly good job. But it doesn't matter to a large extent, because if you can go to Virginia and legally buy as many guns as you want and put them in the back, in the trunk of your car, and then drive up I-95 and come to New York and sell them here without background checks, sell them to anybody you want, then the state gun control laws are not very effective. We need national gun control laws. And the pusillanimity and cowardice shown by too many of my colleagues in the Congress is inexcusable. But ultimately, we get the government, for good or ill, that we vote for. Many of you are not old enough to vote, but you will be soon. And you know people who can. This should be one of the major issues in the election coming up. I can tell you that the House of Representatives, as currently constituted, will not pass anything decent on gun control legislation. And the Senate, as currently constituted, is just as terrible. But that can change in November. And that's up to all of us and all of you. But you have to hold this, you have to make this the important issue. The reason the NRA has gotten its way all these years is because they have a bunch of fanatic voters who are willing to vote for candidates who will do the wrong thing on guns, no matter what else they say. They don't care about the other issues. We will get our way when we are willing to say and to mean and to vote on the basis of gun control. When we are willing to say to a candidate, it's very nice that you are good in education. It's very nice that you are good on foreign policy or foreign policy. But if you're not for gun controls, we're not going to look at you. When I was your age, I was an activist against the Vietnam War. And we organized politically. And we organized politically on a number of different bases. One of the things we did was when someone would come to us for any office, didn't matter what. Someone wanted to run for dog catcher. The first question would be, where do you stand on the Vietnam War? And if the answer was okay, then we said, what do you know about catching dogs? But if the answer was not okay, it didn't matter. Didn't matter, because to us that was the supreme issue at the moment. Right now, this is a supreme issue. And no candidate should be considered who is not going to do the right thing on gun controls. No candidate can be heard to say, well, I'm okay on foreign policy. I have a good education policy, but I favor murder in the streets. I favor risking all our lives. That's not sufficient. And it's up to all of us to make sure that it is not sufficient. And my last comment is, understand one thing about the way our political system works. Rallies, marches are important. But ultimately, they are only important insofar as they affect voting behavior. Because that's what determines what's going to happen. Are we going to have a Congress next year that will do the right thing and end the murder in our streets, end the carnage in our streets? Or not? You will decide that, but you have to keep up the organizing, you have to keep up the marching, and you have to make sure that everybody gets out and votes in November. Thank you very much.
Okay, so can we? Okay, thank you. I'm back. In these troubling and empowering times, a couple things have become very clear. One, that we need laws to change, and two, that youth have the power to change them. As we push for lawmakers to make choices that will protect all Americans and end gun violence, it is important to know that we do have politicians on our side who are committed to making sure that communities around the country have common sense gun laws. Two such politicians are Keith Powers and Brad Lander, New York City Council members. Councilmen Powers and Lander have spent their careers fighting for equality for all New Yorkers. They have worked for gender, racial, and economic justice throughout their careers, and they are examples of politicians who take the best interest of their constituents into consideration in every single thing they do. Please welcome Keith Powers and Brad Lander.
Come on up here. Hello! It's a good-looking crowd, and it's a gorgeous day. Who is ready to take back Congress? Who's ready to put the NRA out of power? Who's ready to use your voice? And who is ready to get a vote and to use a vote? I'm really proud of you, every single person in this room, in this park. This is our city and the future of our city saying enough. And when I was in high school, it wasn't that long ago, we didn't have drills. We didn't have to come out and rally. We didn't have to worry about our security in our school every single day. And the sad part about it now is that we do. But the reality is that we can change that by changing the laws in this country and by changing who's in power every single day making those laws. And we're with my council colleague, Brad Lander, who you need to get to know, by the way, and his daughter, I believe, is in the crowd, using her voice today, too. We're here to support you. We're with you. We are all on the same side, I have to believe, and we are here to make sure that you know that the New York City Council and the Progressive Caucus, which both Brad and I are members of, are here to support you, to elevate your voice every single day, and to represent you. And I want to say something. There is no age, there is no grade, there is no skin color, there is no gender that should prevent you from speaking up about issues that you care about. Ever. Ever. And people will tell you that, and they are wrong. So the New York City Council, certainly myself, I'm Councilmember Keith Powers, and Councilmember Brad Lander, and many of our colleagues are here to stand with you. But most importantly, thank you for organizing. Thank you for getting involved. Give yourselves a big shout out. Now, I want to introduce this guy. So I would not be in the City Council if I didn't have Councilmember Brad Lander and the Progressive Caucus of the City Council and so many strong voices who have led the way before I got there. And I want you to get to know Brad Lander, because when you talk about progressive issues like gun control in this city or equality, and he's even on New York One today talking about equality, tune in at 7 p.m. It all starts and ends with Brad Lander. If you live in Brooklyn, you might be lucky enough to call him your council member. Is Brooklyn in the house? I represent Manhattan. Is Manhattan in the house? Is the Bronx in the house? Queens, are you in the house? Harlem wants a shout out. Harlem wants a shout out. You get a shout. And where is Staten Island? Just her. She's the only one from Staten Island. She came a long way. It is my pleasure to introduce Councilmember Brad Lander.
Show me what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. Show me what New York City looks like. Show me what a Target looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. Wow, it really is. It is because of you. It is because young people are rising up and saying enough. It is because you are not satisfied with politics that have left you at risk. It is because you are not satisfied with politics that have divided people by race. It is because young people are rising up and making change. All right, so I want to see this. Who here is already old enough to and registered to vote? Keep your hands high. All right. Who will be able to register by November of this year? Keep your hands up. Who's going to be registering next year? In 2019? In 2020? In 2021? Change is coming to this country, that is for sure. 2024. Oh, 2024. All right, I didn't keep going. All right. I want to ask you to join me. You know, we're glad to be up here, but this movement is led by, organized by, made by young people. It is quite extraordinary. So I want you to give a giant shout out for the folks behind us who organized this event today. You guys are truly making us proud because you know it is only when we come together across divides of race and borough and class and neighborhood, only when we understand that issues of police reform and just policing go together with gun violence and gun safety, that we can build a movement big enough for all of us. Only when we get past traditional divides that have divided gay from straight, black from white, from Latino from Asian, folks uptown from downtown. It's the only way we are going to build a movement big enough, not only to win common sense gun reform, but to build a city and a state and a country that is worthy of you incredible, diverse, beautiful, powerful young people. One more time, show me what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. Right on.
My name is Jonathan Larac-Ho. When I was 14, I walked out of my school and I spoke out against racist policing. I looked at a lot of the same faces with a lot of the same expressions on them. Expressions of fear, but also of passion. We were afraid because our lives were at risk every time we stepped out of our homes. They were put at risk by people whose jobs it was to protect us. But our passion stemmed from the very same place. We were not okay with being killed. We demanded our lives be valued. 4 years later, and we once again have to get up and leave our classes, bring our educations to a halt, and block the streets because we are afraid. I am afraid to go to school. I am afraid because there are people with the resources and the drive to walk onto our campus and to end our lives. I am even more afraid because I do not know if I can trust the people paid to protect me to do their jobs. Not simply the police who so often fail to intervene, but also the teachers meant to mold us. But this is not new for all of us. Some of us are tired because we have already fought against the very same dangerous ideologies that we are fighting here today. For people of color, guns have always symbolized death. They were used to colonize us, enslave us, imprison us, and to kill us. Every year, the police murder thousands of people, many of them black and often with a gun. I am looking at familiar faces, but there are far more than I saw when I was 14. The horrifying, tragic school shootings that have sparked our action are almost all committed by white men. They are often in predominantly white districts, in predominantly white schools. Gun violence is not simply a problem of insanely loose gun regulations, but also a problem of white supremacy and white privilege. That white privilege is present here today as well. There are thousands in attendance with support from the mayor, the NYPD, and our schools. Support we did not have during Black Lives Matter. The organizers and speakers here are majority white, even though this is an issue that has been fought for by the black community for decades. Gun violence was a major facet of the Black Lives Matter movement. But the response from our government and our fellow Americans has been far different from today. I was asked to speak on behalf of Black Lives Matter. And I am black, I'm Haitian, but I am only half black. My skin is light. I do not live in an impoverished neighborhood. I do not go to an ignored and forgotten school. My speaking here is a manifestation of the racism that so many major movements are saturated with. We care now because it is not only black lives at risk. All of our children, regardless of their race, are dying. And so, of course, those who fought for black lives in 2015 are here to support us now. I will end with a story, one of both gun violence and racism. My own school, Bard High School, early college, has fostered an environment that allowed me to speak out during Black Lives Matter, to embrace my lineage, both Haitian and Chinese, to love the people I love, and to be proud of it. But it is not always a safe place. Bard does not exist outside the institution of white supremacy, and it has also, at times, created an environment of fear and a sense of danger for its students. I have had my life threatened by a white classmate for my race and sexuality, and asked by my school's administration to, quote, forge peace with the kid who wanted me to die a week earlier. He does not carry the blame alone. It is shared by the representatives whose very job title is all too often an oxymoron. By our law enforcement that overlook the threats of white supremacy in a devotion to assault weapons. And by our schools that ignore those who have been bullied and those who are ill. Gun violence is a systemic problem, and one we have the power to fix. To the teachers, officers, legislators, and our president, I say this. We were all brave enough to get up out of our seats, leave our schools, and come here today to make it very clear that our lives are being threatened and it has to stop. When are you going to be as brave? And to the many, many students, teachers, and parents who came today, but not in 2015, to the officers and representatives who stand behind us, but threatened us 3 years ago, to those who see the problem with Parkland, but not with Michael Brown, Tamir Rice, Trayvon Martin, and Sandra Bland. We are here for you. All we ask is for you to stand with us. I will say it a couple more times so that we can all remember, although none of you ever should have forgotten. Do you know what I'm going to say? Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Yeah.
Dogo, and I go to Beacon High School, but most importantly, I'm from the Bronx. Let's talk about it. And if you're like me, from a low-income neighborhood, a person of color, then you know gun violence didn't start this year, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, it's been here. In our neighborhoods, we've been seeing people dying. We've been making 4th of July jokes about this. This has been our reality. And if you do not understand that, then you need to check the privilege of rallies like this that don't reach the Bronx, that don't reach Brooklyn, that don't reach the part of Queens that police officers don't travel to. And some of my friends didn't even come today, because they didn't feel like this movement represented them. They looked around them and didn't see people who looked like them. And that's an issue because it affects us. This is our reality. And I want to also remind people that this is not an elitist intellectual movement. This is a movement that can be pushed forth by emotion. You do not need to be in school. You do not need to be in college. You do not need to be doing anything but feeling the pain that comes with gun violence. Those of you who have to work 9 to 5s, who don't necessarily go to the best school ever, know that this movement is also for you. Know that your voice deserves to be heard. It does not not need to be entrapped in these intellectual conversations. Theories need to be made for low-income people too. I think what I said is enough, because I think the issue is that we need legislation passed so we can stop dying. That's the issue. Thank you.
Hello, New York City. My name is Lawrence Vine, and I am a freshman at Ridgewood High School in Ridgewood, New Jersey. On February 14th, terror struck young people as 17 high school students and teachers became the victims of gun violence at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. Almost immediately after the Parkland school shooting, young people began to mobilize like no one has ever seen before. On March 14th, 1 month after the Parkland school shooting, thousands of high schools across the country walked out in protest of gun violence. We are victims. Our safety has been sold off to the NRA, and we have had enough. Columbine, Sandy Hook, Parkland. We will not stand around and wait for the next shooting to happen. We need change. And we need it now. We were not done after the March 14th walkouts. We, the students of the United States of America, must never stop fighting for our safety until we see change. Right now, we, as American high school students, cannot call ourselves safe. As a result, we must continue to push for common sense gun control legislation. At 9 a.m. this morning, I walked out of school. I made my way to my local train station in Ridgewood, New Jersey, and the journey of public transportation began. After riding all the way down to Hoboken, we then had to switch onto a second train to get here today. As we went from stop to stop, train to train, block to block, I was joined by students from Lyndhurst, Hillsdale, and other towns in North Jersey. There is a driving force motivating everyone here today. We are the students, and we will no longer be silent. We are today's voices and tomorrow's voters. Whether we need a 20-minute walk and then 2 trains, or an hour walk and then 10 trains, we will persevere!
Hansen moved to Orlando in 2016, looking for love, community, and roots. 2 months later, he found himself in the middle of one of America's worst mass shootings at Pulse nightclub. During this hate crime, he sprung into action and became a hero, saving multiple lives of gunshot victims. Since that time, Hansen has dedicated himself to furthering understanding of the LGBTQ+ community, advocating for equal rights, and becoming a strong voice for mass shooting victims and survivors. Please welcome Christopher Hansen.
Hi everybody, thanks for coming out today. My name is Christopher Hansen, and I moved to Orlando in 2016 from Northern Ohio. At the time, I was working in the hospitality industry, and I was looking for a change and hoping to find love, community, and roots. So I ended up moving to Orlando in the spring of 2016. 2 months later, I still didn't really know too many people, so I decided to go out for a night of dancing. I met with a local guy who invited me out to join him for Saturday night for an evening of fun. Before I went out, I went to go see The Conjuring 2, which you probably know is a horror movie based on a true story. Little did I know, hours later, I would be in the midst of my own waking nightmare. When I got to the club, I found out it was Latin night. I felt like I was the only one who didn't understand Spanish. Sorry guys, can you hear me now? All right. As the night went on, I danced, drank, and enjoyed myself alongside many others who told me that it was their first night at Pulse nightclub too. Now the way the club is laid out, there's 3 main areas. There's the main dance floor, the hip-hop room, and the patio. I spent most of my time in the main room on the dance floor. In the hip-hop room, I met Tiara Parker, her 18-year-old cousin, Akira Murray, and their friend Patience Carter. They were at the club celebrating Akira's graduation. She was the top of her class, in fact, valedictorian. I felt instant comfort with Tiara and fell in love with what she was wearing, a black shirt and white jeans. She wowed me. After talking for a moment, I went back to the main room where the show was starting. It was a drag queen who impersonated Jennifer Lopez. I was having such a great time. I leaned against the wall, and that's when I heard 3 booms. I actually danced to the beat of someone's death because I thought those booms were the bass of the music. Then I realized what was going on. The echoing sounds of screams, breaking glass, and smoke filled the air as flashes of light flared from the distance. It was challenging to see in the dark because I didn't have my glasses on. People were rushing towards me, trying to get out. As I was making my way out, I went by the bathroom. I saw people rushing in there to hide. I had been there earlier, and I knew that there was no way out of the bathroom, so I continued to make my way out. As I got to the patio, I remembered pushing against the fence over and over and over again. The fence wasn't going down. And then suddenly there was an opening, and I made my way out. I ran to the right, and as I was running, there was someone near the door. I think it was a security guard. I saw him holding a gun, and he was yelling at us, "Go, go, go!" I made my way to the opposite end of the outside, and the gunfire paused. As it paused, I looked around me, and there were people on the ground bleeding and needing help. So I turned around and I went back into the war zone. The gunfire started again. The gunfire started again. Pow, 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 pow. Pow, 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 pow. I saw 2 guys struggling to make their way out towards the hospital, and I noticed one with soaked jeans, and I pressed my hand against his leg. I pulled it back, and it was as if I stuck my hand into a red paint can. I told the guy who was helping the wounded stranger, "We need to put him down on the ground. We need to try to stop the bleeding. We laid him on the ground, and that's when I lifted up his shirt, and it looked like bubbling lava as the blood leveled to his body. I took my bandana off of my head that I was wearing under my fedora. I put it into one of the 2 holes in his body to try to stop the bleeding. He didn't speak English, so I asked the other guy helping him to tell him to keep him calm. We had to keep him level at the curb, and we had to wait for ambulances. At this point, the cops weren't even at the scene yet. As we waited, I remember taking his left hand and holding it in mine as I pressed against the bullet hole with my other hand and prayed that he wouldn't die. I remember at some point turning on my phone. It's a little heavy. Is that better, guys? All right. I remember at some point turning on my phone. I wanted to tell my dad in Arkansas that there had been a mass shooting, but I was alive. My dad picked up and heard all the chaos in the background. I told him, "I love you, Dad. I'm okay." He asked me how many people had been shot, and I said, "I think maybe 100, but I'm okay." Then my phone went dead, and the sounds of helicopters filled the air. It would be another 24 hours before I could contact my family again. My cell phone had died, and it was going to be a long night before I could charge it. I stayed with the guy for a while, and then the cops finally allowed ambulances in, and eventually they came and picked him up. Then I got up and I turned and I saw a girl in the grass, and she was begging to get out of the grass, but she couldn't move. We told her that we couldn't pick her up and move her because we didn't know if we would injure her more. But she kept begging and said, "Please, it itches." So we picked her up, and I felt her body going cold. I put her in my lap, and I told the other guy to go help, and I'll stay with her. I would later find out that when I put her in my lap, I had saved her life because, in essence, I became a human tourniquet for her. She was shot in the back, and so my thigh put the pressure on the wound. Enough pressure needed to keep her from bleeding out any more than she already had. She started to fall asleep, so I kept smacking her face. I told her to stay awake. I asked her what her favorite animal was. I asked her what her sign was, where she was born, and she too moved to Orlando from Ohio. Her favorite animal was a lion. Her sign was a Taurus, just like me. She was 19. She was born in 1997. Her name was Kalisha, and she lost her friend Omar Capo that night, and he was 20 years old when he was murdered. We then were told we had to move her to a bagel shop down the block so we could make our way to Einstein Bagels to get her some help. When we got there, we saw men taking all the bodyboards out of the back of a truck, and they were tagging them black, red, and yellow. The black tags were for those who were dead, the red were for those who needed help immediately, and the yellow were for those who were wounded but didn't need immediate help. I was told by another man later that I helped him too, but I don't remember. It became a blur. I remember after the ambulance helped Kalisha, I went back to help others, and they told me that I had to leave the scene because I wasn't a licensed professional or a first responder. I asked them for gloves because the blood of others were all over my hands and under my nails. They said they didn't have anything more than their own. I felt horrible because I couldn't help anymore. I was told I had to leave, but I had nowhere to go. My keys were in valet. I had no cell phone charger because it was in my car. My credit card was behind the bar. I had no cash. And it was about 10 to 15 minutes away from home by car. Again, in a city I wasn't yet familiar with. I started working my way towards the hospital because that's where the emergency vehicles were going. As I was walking, there were canines and cops moving everywhere. Then when I heard from the radios on the police officers passing me that the hospital went on lockdown because they thought there was an active shooter there as well, I was scared for my life. I was hot, I was sweating, and I smelled of blood and liquor. Then I noticed to the right of me there was someone limping in the dark, and it happened to be the bartender who served me that night. She had some glass in her foot. I held her hand so tight I didn't want to let go, because she was the only familiar face I remembered at that time. I walked with her until she was reunited with her partner, and she told me to go home and get safe. I couldn't leave because I didn't know where I was. I felt lost, hopeless, and alone. As I was walking, I met a mother of one of the boys who was in the bathroom texting. "Call them, Mommy. Now. Tell them I'm in the bathroom. He's coming. I'm going to die." When his mom showed me the text, I knew he wasn't going to make it. He didn't. His name was Eddie Justice. He was 30 years old. He was murdered. I was only 31. Little did I know at the time that those three beautiful girls that I met earlier in the evening in the hip-hop room, Tiara, Akira, and Patience, they had run into the bathroom. All three of them were shot, and Akira, the smartest one in her school, who wanted to only be a criminologist to study how criminals worked, with a full basketball scholarship, would be the youngest fatality of the Pulse nightclub massacre. I would like to acknowledge my dear friend Tiara, who is here today. I love you, Tiara. I'm going to let her come up to the stage with me. This mic is heavy. It has been a challenge for all of us to get back from what happened at Pulse, and we still struggle with everything today, don't we, Tiara? Yeah. When I was 14 years old, I lived in Cheyenne, Wyoming, near F.E. Warren Air Force Base, where my dad was stationed. April 20th was National Skip Day, and I remember that because my friend wanted me to skip classes with her. I also remember the day very well because that was the day two kids walked into Columbine High School and killed 13 people during my fourth period civics class just before lunch. Immediately after that, my school was on lockdown. It was traumatic. The weeks that followed, we had to use clear backpacks, binders, and all of the teachers had to go outside of their classroom during the breaks between classes. All students had to walk 2 by 2 in single file lines with teachers in the middle, as on each side like a highway, moving like robots in 2 directions. It was my second scare of the year, as my first came from the death of Matthew Shepard, who was an out gay male who was attending Laramie County Community College, which was only 25 minutes from me. He was seduced, lured out of a bar, abducted, beaten, sodomized with the gun that they pistol whipped him with, stripped naked, and tied to a fence post, where they then found him 17 hours later, fighting for his life, when a jogger found him. He was hospitalized, but died 6 days later of his injuries, after being taken off of life support on October 12, 1998. It was challenging for me to be gay at the time, because I was told by a Catholic priest that I could pray my gay away. The priest was 24, only 10 years older than me. He told me that he had thoughts like me too. When he was young, he prayed them away and he joined the church. At the National Cathedral in D.C. during March for Our Lives last month, which Tiara and I both attended, I found out then that there was a vigil held at the same place where we were standing for Parkland less than 2 years earlier. That vigil was for Pulse victims, and it was at that moment that most churches opened up their arms and embraced the LGBT community. In fact, the Pope unfurled the pride flag outside of the Vatican window. What I have been through has changed me. This is why I fight for equality, and this is why I fight for gun violence prevention through the Pride Fund to end gun violence. There was no one for me when I was too scared to come out. There are so many still too scared to come out, and others whose voices have been silenced in different ways through gun violence, either by their own hand or a madman's trigger. So I'm going to ask all of you to raise your voices and join me for standing up for someone. Stand up loud and stand up proud. I will be handing out these ribbons right here, which represent the idea that even though we are broken through war, we can be pieced together. Red represents life, orange is healing, yellow is sunshine, green is nature, blue is peace, and purple is spirituality. I would also like to thank my parents and all those who had an opportunity in my upbringing, because I wouldn't be here today if it weren't for them. I was blessed to have 3 parents. Thank you.
In honor of all of the victims that we've talked about, heard about, I would like you to join me in a moment of silence for 2 minutes. You're welcome to raise your fist in solidarity.
My name is Audrey Hill, and I'm a sophomore at Bronx Science. I am so honored to be able to introduce our next speaker, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. During her time in the state Senate, Senator Gillibrand has emerged as a strong advocate for gun control and exemplifies the open-mindedness we need in Congress today. Her support of our group and devotion to our cause is incredible, and we applaud her passion about this important issue. Please welcome to the stage Senator Kirsten Gillibrand.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. So this is going to be the most successful protest in the history of America. And do you want to know why it's going to be the most successful protest in the history of America? Because you are leading it. It is your voices that are making the difference. It is your voices, it is your passion, it is your pain, it is your truth to power that is going to make the difference. You are holding Congress accountable. You are calling BS every time they say they can't change the law. You will change this country. You will make this country better. You will have common sense gun reform. Should we have universal background checks? Should we ban bump stocks? Should we ban assault rifles? Should we ban large magazines? We can do this. We can do this. You must keep fighting. You must keep being heard. You must keep standing strong for what you care about. You must be the change that you demand. God bless you all. Keep fighting.
Guys, can I please have your attention? Guys, let's remember what we are here for today. We are here for gun violence. We are here to stop gun violence. What do we want? What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? Show me what democracy looks like. 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 Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Guys, my name is Radhika Metha, and I'm a senior at the Horace Mann School. I am honored to be introducing to you Benicio Quinones, a 9-year-old speaker. He's an avid baseball player, and he enjoys writing reviews for Gadgets on The Verge. By the way, did I mention that he is 9 years old and already... Guys, he is 9 years old and rallying for gun reform. Benicio's bravery represents an even younger generation of activists speaking out against gun violence. He and every other kid like him are proof that this movement is strong and will continue to be strong. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Benicio to the stage.
If we are going to save our generation, we need to have people stop buying guns without background checks. If we are going to save people's lives, we need to stop using the guns in the wrong ways. If we are going to save ourselves, we need to stop people in certain states, I guess. My name is Benicio, and I'm a 4th grader. I think that gun violence is wrong, and that we would be saving many lives if we did not have these weapons. It is horrible to see people suffer because of weapons destroying their families and friends. If you think about it, more lives have been lost just over guns in the last few years than like back in the 90s and 80s. And that would be a lot of lives that we could save. The gun violence is not stopping, and if we cannot find a way to stop the violence, many more lives will be lost. My school, Community Roots Charter School, was doing a walkout against the violence, all organized by middle schoolers, and I got involved because I felt it would be good to protest against the things that are killing people. Guns were used to wage the Revolutionary War and Civil War, but those were muskets that shot single bullets. Now we have guns that could shoot over 3,000 bullets a minute. John F. Kennedy and Martin Luther King Jr., along with many other leaders and important people worldwide, were assassinated using powerful guns of war. Without these weapons, the world would have been much different, and we would have many more people that were important and good to our country to make better decisions. People participate in sports that involve guns, and there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but what is wrong is how people are allowed to have guns to buy and kill people or pretending to do so. We need to have laws that are swift enough that could put an end to the gun violence and people dying. The violent video games are no help to this either. And they only help influencing kids and grown-ups to think that it's so cool to have a gun and buy it to shoot and kill people. There is belief that we, the children of tomorrow, are failing our studies and are too distracted and maybe not in having a life to look forward to. Well, not worrying about guns and people allowed to buy them to bring them to our schools, our churches, our movie theaters would be a great start. Thank you.
Speaker is one of the most important and influential labor leaders in the United States. She has worked throughout her whole career to defend public schools and public education. She has taken on the politicians who wish to put guns in our classrooms instead of more supplies. And she has taken on the people who want to give teachers weapons instead of better paychecks. She has never wavered on this issue and continues to stand with us today. It is my honor to introduce the President of the American Federation of Teachers, Randy Weingarten.
Okay, I want to take a selfie.
Colorado is what democracy looks like. Black Lives Matter is what democracy looks like. The March for Our Lives is what democracy looks like. New York City says enough is what democracy looks like. So, from this very proud high school teacher, I want to say thank you, and thank you for showing what democracy looks like. Thank you to the students from Marguerite Stoneman Douglas. Thank you to the students from Cleveland and Los Angeles and Laramie, Wyoming and Fairbanks, Alaska and New York City. Now look, some of us, I'm old. Some of us have been working decades on this issue. And frankly, some of us had started to lose hope. But the students across America, you are refusing to say it can't be done. And you have captured the imagination of our nation. And you have inspired millions to stand up and demand change. And I, as the head of the 1.7 million member American Federation of Teachers, and all your teachers are here to say thank you. You are saying no more shootings in our hallways, no more students murdered in schools, no more need for teachers or coaches or janitors or school staff to shield students with their bodies. You are saying no more. I want to hear it. No more. No more. No more. 187,000 students have been affected directly by gun violence since Columbine. We say no more. No more. You spend more time in active shooter drills than in music or art. We say no more. No more. So, we stand with you as the AFT. We stand with you as your teachers, as your nurses, taking on this fight. We stand with you against the gun lobby and the NRA. And let me say this to you. The NRA has been taking a bunch of us on in the last few days, and let me tell you why. Your teachers have had a long-term partnership with a bank called Wells Fargo. I didn't even get to the punchline. Now, Wells Fargo had done a whole bunch of mortgages for teachers, and we had a partnership with them. But we said to them a few weeks ago, you got to make a choice. Save schools, valuing kids, and valuing teachers, or valuing the gun lobby. It's time for you to make a choice. And you know what they did? Yesterday, they chose the gun lobby. So yesterday, we ended our partnership with the NRA. We ended our partnership with Wells Fargo. And let me tell you this, we're not stopping there. We have asked every teacher pension fund in America to check their investments, to see if they have gun manufacturers as part of their investments. And if they have, what we have said is that they have meetings with these gun manufacturers and with these other investors, and they ask them, what will you do to try to stop the violence in our schools and our streets? And if they won't act, we will, just like we did with Wells Fargo. this. Now, after all the walkouts, we need one more thing. We need you to walk into the voting booth and vote. Because you know I am a social studies teacher, so let me give you one little fact. You can use this for extra credit. In 2018, 18 to 35-year-olds will be the largest and most diverse voting group in America. That's you. But in 2016, only 50. Will you change that? Will you register to vote when you turn 18? Will you get your friends to vote? Will you get your parents to vote? Will you change America? This is what democracy looks like.
Before we listen to more incredible speakers, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge each and every one of you for coming out here today. By being here, by leaving your classes and joining together with kids from across the city and tri-state area and thousands more nationwide. By listening and lifting your voices high, our generation is stepping up and taking action. We may only be students right now, but we started this and will continue to fight for the change that is already beginning here and now. This is not a moment, it's a movement, and it will only grow, not start once we can vote. All of us coming together to spark change and demand our voices be heard cannot and will not be ignored. If the adults who are supposed to be leading us are not using their voices for good, we will chant louder, march farther, and walk out for longer. We will not let them brush us aside, and if they do, history will brush them aside for being on the wrong side. Today is by no means only about school shootings, but the Parkland shooting and the 17 lives lost is what sparked this for a lot of us. On February 14th, we grieved. On March 14th, we walked out. On March 24th, we marched. And here today, on April 20th, we listen, we share, we learn, and we register. And this is only the beginning of something that will not go away when today ends. We are all fighters now. We are here because of collective anger towards the state of our country's gun laws. And anger joined with passion and hard work is all that you need to make a change. I'm sure there are a lot of you out there wondering what you can do to help and how you can get involved. And I understand firsthand that it may seem difficult or scary to get involved, but there is no prerequisite for activism. Anyone, regardless of age, political background, education, and party alignment, can make a difference. You are never too young or too inexperienced, and there is always so much you can do. Do not even for a second believe that you aren't educated or political enough, because this is simply about right and wrong, justice and freedom. 2 months ago, I knew very little about politics, but I was just so upset and outraged that I had to do everything I possibly could to take action. I could not fall asleep at night without thinking of the 17 lives lost in a safe town like mine. The students who had dreams for the future, the parents who just sent their kids off to school as they did every day, and every single person at that school who would never be the same. These kids had their entire lives ahead of them, but they were stolen. I felt compelled to fight for what they lost and to do what they no longer could. I used my anger and passion to reach out to the others who felt the same way, and that turned into the event you're at today. The movement will succeed with your unique voice and the parts of you that only you can bring. We must all use our emotions and our strength and utilize them to fight. In Virginia, Naomi Wadler represented her community of African American young women and brought them into the conversation. In New Jersey, we just heard about Lawrence, who brought hundreds of his fellow students here from a different state, and we all in New York put this together. In Florida, hundreds of students are using their personal experiences to really initiate the movement. Among them, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Drama Club members Sawyer Garrity and Andrea Pena used their musical strengths to write the song Shine. They used their passion and unique talents to create a beautiful and empowering anthem as a testament to their fallen classmates and the spirit of this movement. I would now like to invite some of my LaGuardia classmates to perform the song with me. You are all enough. Use your strengths to help the movement. We need you and we need each other. Together we can turn this passion into real change.
Yeah, just like sit there. Let's move so we're not blocked by that. No, we're good. Just start. Yeah, no, stand here. We're good. Yeah. Is there a mic? Kat, you have a mic? Can you like put it here so you can share it? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this is Shine.
Someone hold a mic to the guitar.
Wait, that you should say. Okay.
You threw my city away. You tore down the walls and opened up all the gates. You ruined this town. You burned all the bridges and you slowly let us drown. But you're not gonna knock us down. We'll get back up again. You may have hurt us, but I promise we'll be stronger hands. We're not gonna let you in. We're putting up a fight. You may have brought the dark, but together we will shine the light. And whoa, we will be something special. Whoa, we're gonna shine. We're gonna stand tall. Gonna raise up our voices so we'll never ever fall. We're done with all your little games. We're tired of hearing that we're too young to ever make a change. 'Cause you're not gonna knock us down. We'll get back up again. You may have hurt us, but I promise we'll be stronger. And you're not gonna let you in. We're putting up a fight. You may have brought the dark, but together we will shine a light. And whoa, we're gonna shine. We can hug a little tighter. We can love a little more. Stand a little taller. We can stand up and roar. If we all come together, we will be alright. Stand up for one another, and we'll never give up the fight.
We refuse to be silenced by those who will not listen.
There are so many things you can do to become involved.
Reach out to your congressman.
Call, mail, and tweet.
The smallest of words can make the biggest difference.
Be the voice for those who do not have one.
Together we have the power to change the world around us.
1, 2, 3, 4. You're not gonna knock us down. We'll get back up again. You may have hurt us, but I promise we'll be stronger. And we're not gonna let you in. We're putting up a fight. You may have brought the dark, but together we will shine a light. You're not gonna knock us down. We'll get back up again. You may have hurt us, but I promise will be stronger, and we're not gonna let you in. We're putting up a fight. You may have brought the dark, but together we will shine a light, and whoa, it will be something special. Whoa.
I wasn't made to think cynically. I'm that kid that gets yelled at periodically for laughing during lockdown drills because I can't fathom the concept of being killed in the school that I call mine. And I hate that we are wasting our precious time band-aiding the true culprits. So yeah, I laugh as I sit, knowing the answer is to take away the gun that caused all this. The answer isn't clear backpacks, metal detectors, or lockdown drills meant to protect. The answer is thorough mental health background checks. I'm tired of begging. I'm tired of never forgetting. I am tired of watching mothers sob over the caskets of their children while the gun industry makes billions. The White House has turned blood red. Have we learned nothing from the masses of students that are dead? I know that you pretend to not hear the voices of survivors, eyes riddled with tears, begging for a change, a policy, a ban. Perhaps you think we're too young to understand. But children don't stay children forever. And with each generation, we learn more and become better. So, instead of practicing crouching in fear of impending doom, I will live to see the day that students are safe in the classroom. So watch out, because that day is coming, and it's coming soon.
Okay, this is, no, great. It's going really well. Okay, thank you.
My mom packs me lunch every morning while watching the news. Headlines mourning the loss of another child. Another Facebook comment lacks empathy for a like. My mom packs me lunch every morning. She fears mourning the loss of her daughter, fears the text that someone shot her, locked the doors because someone caught her. How many moms have had to fear that text? We talk about gun violence, but forget our privilege. 62.6% of students affected by gun violence are children of color. Where are those headlines? We are living in the NRA's funding pool. Their waves pull in money and push out bodies, crashing down with thoughts and prayers, because if they pray loud enough, they can drown out our cries for help. But we are coming in waves of hope. Hope in the students of MSD, Sandy Hook, Columbine. We stand with you, because while Marco Rubio is skinny dipping in the NRA's funding pool, we are getting ready to crash down with change. This is a call to action for kids across America. Use the voice you have. It exists. Don't let the people running our country take it away. You can resist. We are young but not unwise. We are the strength of numbers. We are the strength to survive. We are the strength to speak out. Repeat after
I'm Juliet, and I'm a junior from the Clinton School. July 20th, 2012, 12 people were killed in a movie theater shooting in Aurora, Colorado. I was 10 years old when the news broke, and it was the first time in my life I'd heard of a shooting happening, and it was scary. It was scary that someone evil had the ability to go to a place where people were just seeing a movie and take away 12 lives. It was so scary that a month after, when I went to go see the Katy Perry movie with my sister, I was still terrified. It's a memory that I should be able to look back on happily. It was our first time getting to see a movie without a parent. And yet, as we sat through previews, I couldn't stop looking around, terrified of seeing a man with a gun come in. By the time the movie had started, I'd begun to cry. I didn't want to die. I was 10 years old and I wanted to enjoy a movie, but how could I do that when I didn't even know if I was safe? My parents had known my fears, but they just promised it was all fine, that I had nothing to worry about, that it had been just one crazy incident, that horrible person was so far away. But just several months later in December, the news was out. There had been a shooting at an elementary school in Newtown, Connecticut, just 60 miles from my school in New York. It was absolutely horrific. I spent days on end reading the news about it. None of it made sense to me. How could this happen? How could kids be killed just for going to school? My parents consoled me when I came to them with concerns, yet still no true solution was introduced to me. Just the same hugs, but they weren't of much comfort because it didn't stop there. Charleston, UCC, San Bernardino, Pulse. It was terrifying to know how common these shootings really were. It had gotten to the point where between each lockdown drill in school, I'd repeatedly try to scan the room for any point where I could guarantee my safety, but I knew that nothing really was a guarantee. By the time Las Vegas shooting happened in October, I'd way outgrown the comforting words of my parents. Why was it that I was exclusively seeing these incidents happen in America? I knew we were doing something wrong here, and the more and more I read, the more that rang true. Then February 14th, 17 people were killed in the shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. That was the shift. I so clearly saw teens, students, just like me, just like us, being affected by this. And I saw that they weren't sitting idly by because there was something we could do. There was a fight that needed to happen, one that is happening at this very moment. It took me a while, but I'm here now. The thing is, my family is conservative. That's just how I've been raised. That's why gun control was not something that was on my radar for a long time. That's why my mom might be mad at me for this speech. Now, neither of my parents own guns, nor have they in my lifetime. But the Second Amendment is something so ingrained in their values, it'd be ridiculous not to defend it, right? Because that's a common misconception. That we're trying to take away the Second Amendment, destroy the Constitution, that this is about some top secret agenda that includes taking away everyone's guns. But it's not. This isn't about red or blue. This is about protecting the lives of everyone in this country. This is about powerful weapons being able to legally fall in the hands of real-life villains. Only we don't have a superhero who's able to stop someone spraying bullets from an assault rifle. Now, social media is a blessing and a curse. On one hand, it birthed the whole Tide Pod meme that some adults are now trying to use to invalidate our whole entire movement. But there's no denying the countless sources we have at our fingers. Our phones are the most basic and important tool we can have in our pockets. If it weren't for internet, for Twitter, for Instagram, I might still have been some naive kid thinking, okay, that's that. But I read the news, and I read what people were saying, what the statistics were, what the possible solutions could be, and I urge you all to educate and opinionate yourselves independently. Seek information out and use it to bring power to your voice and the voices of those around you, just like we're doing today. Whether it's the New York Times or Twitter news, whether it's an Instagram caption or a 4-page op-ed, whether your family is fully supportive, encouraging, or like mine, hold entirely different opinions, do not be afraid to log on and learn on your own. It can completely change and inspire you, and it can move you to do so much more than you thought yourselves capable of, just like it did to me. We might be young, but we are powerful. We are students and we are change. And it doesn't stop today. I say students, you say change. Students! Change. Students! Change. I say change, you say now. Change! Now. Change! Now. Students! Change. Students! Change! Now. Change! Now. Thank you.
And I'm Chandra, I'm a sophomore in S+M.
Columbine, Sandy Hook, Parkland. These are only a few names you hear when the topic of gun violence comes into play. But a few you don't hear are Anaya Jones, Tamir Rice, and Stephen Clark. You should ask yourself, why don't I know these names?
Time and time again, the media has turned a blind eye to our fight and our call for justice. When we protest, we are complaining. When we riot, we are savages. When we stand up, our voices simply do not matter. Why is it that my people aren't grieved by society? When is it justified for our lives to matter?
Was it in 2010 when Anaya Jones, only 7 years old, was shot and killed in her home because police were raiding it?
Or in 2014, when Tamir Rice, who was only 12, was playing with a toy gun in the park and was shot to death by a cop?
Or maybe it was in 2018, when Stephen Clark, only 22 years old, was shot in the back 8 times and killed by a police officer in his grandmother's home. These are only 3 examples of gun violence in black communities. This happens frequently, but is left out of the media time and time again. In 2017 in America, police officers killed 1,143 people. 50% of these people being black Americans, which is crazy, considering the fact that black Americans only make up 14% of the population.
In an average year in America, 13,000 people die as a result of gun violence. 96 a day. Of those 96, 7 are children and teens. We cannot talk about gun violence without talking about the 50 women who are shot per month by their spouses. We cannot talk about gun violence without talking about the fact that black men are 13 times more likely to be shot. We cannot talk about gun violence without paying homage to the 62% of gun death victims who took their own lives. This is not a call to the black community. This is a call to the movement, to the NRA, and to ourselves. We must remember that gun violence affects everyone. And it affects more people than the people we've chosen to pay attention to. We've been silenced and pushed to the side about things that affect us, our families, and our communities.
This movement has gotten so much attention. Use this as a learning experience. Use this to stand up and fight back for all of us. Fight for me because I'm fighting for you. Sorry. This isn't just a white issue. It's not just a black issue. It's an issue that affects all of us, no matter who you are. So as a community, we all have to have each other's backs. Because if we don't, we can't stand up to the NRA. We can't stand up to our government.
and we can't stand up to anybody else. So let's have each other's backs. Never again means never again for anyone.
Never again in our schools.
Never again in our backyards.
Never again in movie theaters.
Never again in our clubs.
Never again on our streets.
Never again in concerts. Never again. 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 Okay.
Hi, my name is Rachel Landis, and I'm a junior at the Bronx High School of Science. And I am proud to call myself a feminist when I'm here fighting for gun violence prevention. Some people don't believe me when I say gun violence is a feminist issue. They ask, what does gun violence have to do with closing the wage gap or making sure health care is available? Well, here's the reason. Women in the U.S. are 16 times more likely to be killed by a gun than women in other high-income countries. And in an average month, 50 American women are shot to death by intimate partners. Let's talk a little about why that is. In 54% of mass shootings, the shooters killed intimate partners or other family members. In 31 states still, registered domestic abusers can buy guns through unlicensed sellers online or at gun shows. And the presence of a gun in a domestic violence situation makes it 5 times more likely that a woman will be killed. It feeds into a narrative we already know far too well. She should have known they were abusive, critics often say. She should have gone out while she still could. Let me ask you, how easy do you think it is to leave when there's a gun at your back? As women, we grow up with gun and fear in our lives. It starts at school and it never ends. For some, it ends far too soon. And it doesn't stop with me or anyone who looks like me, not by a long shot. Mesha Caldwell, Jamie Lee Wounded Arrow, Tiara Richmond, China Gibson, Chiara McElveen, Shay Reed, Cheryl Faulkner, T.T. Dangerfield, Brooklyn Brianna Stevenson, Brandy Seals. Do you recognize these names? Do you know them? These are just a few of the transgender women of color that were shot in 2017. You don't hear their names on the news because these women are being killed in disproportionate numbers. It's past the stage of an epidemic. For these women, violence is a norm. It's time to start protecting our women, all of our women. Make it so registered abusers can't own guns. Create stronger and more effective background checks. Close the Charleston loophole. Give these victims, these people, these women, names rather than statistics. When we say time's up, we mean time's up on all forms of violence against women, starting today.
Hi, my name is Drew Myers, and I'm a senior at Packer Collegiate Institute in Brooklyn Heights. Today, we have heard speeches from impassioned students letting politicians know what they think about their inaction. But now it is our time to turn the anger and passion that we have into votes at the ballot box this November. It is our time to show politicians that the youth are a force to be reckoned with. It is our time to vote out the politicians that do not support us. It is our time to show the NRA that we are more powerful than their political ads. As we head into this next midterm election, we are facing a trend of lower voter turnout among our generation, the 18 to 24-year-old demographic. Among this group of people, only 20% came out to vote in the 2014 midterm election, and less than 50% were even registered to vote. This is our time to change this trend. The speeches here are powerful, but they must be backed up with more action, be that your vote or your voice. If you haven't already registered, please go find the Why Vote organization, which has a booth set up with hundreds of voter registration forms and pledges to vote for people under 18. This November, we must say collectively, enough is enough, with our vote, our voice, our actions. Together with our numbers, we can make sure that Congress not only listens to us, but will also pass comprehensive gun control legislation. Let's make November the turning point in this movement, because enough is enough.
Hey, I'm Zarina. I'm a senior from Horace Mann. Okay, so today we've heard from multiple people across the nation, and one thing is clear, that we need to do this together. We cannot forget anybody. We can't afford to forget anybody, and this includes communities of color. Our next two speakers will speak further on this. Ramon Contreras, a leader of the Youth Against Guns movement and an organizer of the upcoming June 2nd rally that'll be taking place in New York, and Alea Eastman, a Parkland survivor and activist against gun violence. Both experience and know what it means to experience gun violence as a person of color. So please help me in welcoming them.
My name is Ramon Contreras. I'm from Harlem. Yeah. People of color have long been fighting the battle against gun violence in their communities, but it rarely ever makes the major headlines in the news. The voices of urban communities and youth must be elevated in this debate. When young people are united, our voices are heard. When young people of color are united, we are powerful. And we will bring change. I may not know everything in the world, but I know it does not take a good guy with a gun to stop violence. I know this because of Trayvon Martin, Mike Brown, Stephon Clark, and many others. I know this because I no longer feel safe when a cop is near. Instead, my heart becomes filled with fear. I hope we take a moment to consider the extent of gun violence affecting people of color, because we need to talk about it. Gun control is the conversation currently holding the attention of the nation, but something I feel is rarely brought up is that a black man is 13 times more likely to be shot than a white man. Not okay. When police officers execute unarmed black men in our communities, we need to talk about it. We will not be criminalized for our voice and courage. The NRA and white supremacists will not paint us as extremists. There is nothing extreme about saying Black Lives Matter, because Black lives do matter.
Hey. My name is Alea Eastman. I'm a junior at Stoneman Douglas. I'm going to tell you about February 14th, the day that changed my life forever. I was in room 1214, studying Holocaust history, working on a project about hate groups. Little did I know, moments later, my partner for that project would have saved my life. A few seconds after working on the computers, we heard loud pops. We didn't know what it was. We didn't understand what was going on, but we heard loud pops. After the first set, we heard it again. Then we moved into an area, well, we were taught an area in the classroom that you wouldn't be seen from the window that the shooter shot through, but half of my class couldn't make it to that area in time, and I was part of that half, along with 6 of my classmates that were shot. 2 of those 6 died, Nicholas Dworet and Helena Ramsey. Nicholas Dworet saved my life. No student should have to hide underneath their classmate's body to be here today, but I was that student. Not only am I here to speak about gun violence, speak about school shootings, I'm here to speak about the urban communities that have been fighting for this way before February 14th, 2018. Before I was a Parkland survivor, I was a regular black girl, and I am still that regular black girl. I was born here in Brooklyn, New York, and I lost my uncle 15 years ago to gun violence. So I want to say his name, Patrick Edwards. Say it with me. I'm going to honor him today. And Nicholas Dworet that saved my life. We're also here on the 19th anniversary of Columbine. Why does it take 19 years for us to be heard? Also for urban communities. Why is this now a turning point for us? Why are we now being heard? Why weren't we heard decades ago? What is the difference now? I don't understand. Yes, I am a Parkland survivor, but I am from Brooklyn, New York, and I will fight for us. Thank you.
I want to give a thank you to everybody that's here today. We've been here for hours, standing on our feet that hurt. Our voices are damaged to make a change for everyone. We all know that shootings happen with guns that are illegal. But how about let's talk about the shootings that happen with guns that are legal? People who are shot and killed by police today are mentally ill. We know what mentally ill is. When I was a little girl, smaller than I am now, I always understood the mentally ill as friends, cousins, brothers, as people with special needs. When I thought special needs, I thought therapy, I thought attention, I thought love and understanding, care and warmth. Special needs, you know, things that they need, especially. But police have swapped love for fear and understanding for accusations, warmth for bitterness, but all they still care. They care enough to protect us from those who need protecting. I just want you to know that we all here standing today write the rest of this speech.
We know every movie that we've seen is based on war. America is known as a war country. We are known for glorifying it, for glorifying guns and violence. When is it enough? We need to learn peace, to see peace before taking action. Guns are such... Cops nowadays take guns, shooting someone in the head before tasing, before cuffing. They think it's the first choice. It is not. And we just need to learn to fight, to come together as one. Why? Why is the amount of cloth on a girl's skin inhibited more than the machines that kill homes, families, communities? Why? Why is no
more intention and more passion than ever before. This generation is full of fighters and lovers, and we are coming together because this is why. Do not underestimate us and do not try to change us. Because this is why we push and pull and tug and cry, because we care and we love. So do not ever think that we are not enough to break down the walls and say, this is what we deserve. We deserve safety.
I love to see that we are all here for the same thing, change. We will not remain voiceless. We will become fearless. Father, mother, sister, and brother, we are here for each other. We must stand as one. We must take what is ours. We deserve to feel safe in our communities. It is time to dry our tears and silence our cries, but raise our voices and wet our minds. It is time to feed the hungry. It is time to stop the violence. It is time to smile at one another. It is time to love each other. Our warm hearts will melt the ice in their cold souls. All it takes is a bit of faith and hope. They implement division, but you and I are the same. So let's stand for change.
Hello. First of all, I want to start by saying it's so beautiful to see everybody stand in unity. People from different walks of life, different races, different genders, different sexualities. U-N-I-T-Y. U-N-I-T-Y. That's unity. But on a serious note, I'm going to be honest. Oh, shit. Hold on. Wait a minute. I'm going to be honest. A couple weeks ago, my friend was at school, and she was in her friend's dorm, and five guys, she's a girl, 5 guys came to her dorm, kicked down the door, and robbed each of them at gunpoint. It was 3 girls in the home. Each guy had 2 guns, and it was 5 of them. So that's 10 guns right there for 3 girls. But it took for my loved one's life to be at risk, for me to actually come out here and fight. And I am ashamed of myself because of that. So for those at home who are just watching while we're fighting, don't wait till it's your loved one who's dead. Don't wait till it's your friend who's dead. Thank you.
Yo, what's going on, yo? My name is Maximus Aurelius Breton, but people know me as Roman. And can I just say, looking out at this sea of people, y'all are hella powerful. Really quick, the man that was standing here to the side, let us just know that anger begets more anger, violence begets more violence. So can we just make some noise to let him know that he's loved? We're all humans. I want to address the philosophy that people have adopted, that to overcome evil, you have to let go of your humanity to rise to meet the challenge. And it is untrue, because our humanity is what makes us most powerful. Do not lose it. Do not forget your humanity in this fight. I've created a song recently, and I would just like to share the chorus and have everybody really feel it in their hearts. So it starts out, just repeat after me. I'm that word. I'm that song. I'm that smile. I'm that one. If you need me, just speak. I will be your mantra. We're here for the people. We are the people's anthem.
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 Thank you. Who here thinks that enough is enough? Who here wants to keep on fighting? On June 2nd, the Youth Over Guns March plans to continue that fight. That's right. This one's gonna be a little different though. We're gonna shift the focus to communities of colors. Yeah. And we need everyone there. All color, all race, all sexuality, all gender, because we are united. Thank you. Peace and love.
First, we'd like to thank everyone for sticking with us this far. I'm Zarina Iman, this is Radhika Mehta, and we're high school seniors in the Bronx. A year and a month ago, I stood in this very park hosting my first public action, a vigil for South Asian men who were gunned down across the country simply because they looked Muslim. A month ago, on the anniversary of Dr. Martin Luther King's assassination, I was helping organize another vigil, this time for young black people, Stephon Clark, Sandra Bland, and even Saeed Vassell, who died within the confines of this city, murdered for nothing more than holding something in his hands. And now today, I'm here mourning the lives of children who were killed in cold blood for simply sitting in their classrooms to obtain an education. And I don't know about you, but I see the killer problem, and it's guns. Guns have become weapons of hate that is all too familiar. They are extensions of the prejudices people of color and Muslims have and continue to face for being who we are. No matter the victim, whether it be an 8-year-old in school, a hijab-wearing grafton, or a young black man holding a cell phone, guns have and continue to be the weapon of choice. Every single gender, race, ethnicity, and sexual orientation is threatened by gun violence. These people deserve better. Alton Sterling deserve better. Dia Barakat deserve better. Srini Machkuti Bolva deserve better. Michael Brown deserve better. All these people deserve better, yet politicians and gun lobbyists and others have us believe that the senseless violence is inevitable. But how can it be how can that be true when children in other countries don't have to attend school worried for their safety, and their parents don't have to warn their children about looking suspicious?
We're done. We gotta stop. We have to go. No, we have 1 minute. We gotta go. Guys, we're sorry that we have to go. Our permit is up. Alex is going to say a few words, and then we're done.
Thank you so much for being here. Remember, your voice matters. Bring your friends. Bring your friends. Bring people you don't know. Bring everyone.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. It's been really awesome. We're going to be setting down now so we can just be exiting the park peacefully. Thank you so much. We'll see you again.